Hello, everybody. Let's get this out of the way. Pre-rolls going, so we get those, or get the pre-rolls down for Twitch. And thanks, Jeremy. Good to see you. Thank you for the resub. 114 months. Just give me 1 second. There's one thing I forgot to grab. Oh no, it's a Persona song. Those Persona remixes always cause issues. It's a Sega lo-fi channel. I gotta switch off of it. I forgot why I stopped listening to that. Because that causes, it's probably already too late. It's probably gonna copyright the stream now. Back to Nintendo music. Here's the playlist though if you wanted to check it out. I don't think you'll get the song name on there. You're gonna have to like wait until it cycles back. It's a radio station. Come on, Nintendo. Now the music's not loading. It's being very finicky. Just keeps stopping after that. Hopefully this isn't an indicator of my internet tonight. Let me try. Try a different browser. That's loud. Okay, there must be something wrong with this playlist. I'm just gonna rewind it. Let's see. Hello, Caleb. Hello, Fries. Thank you for the 77 months as well. Hello, Unpredictable. And I believe the price increase for the Xbox. I'm not sure who's really going to be buying one at this point. I think now I think most people already have an Xbox. Or they're just not buying one ever. So it's, you know, not really sure who it's going to affect. But it sure don't make them Steam Box or Steam Machine prices look as bad, right? I got my denial email. I'm on a wait list for the 512 gigabyte version. I put myself down into the lottery for every version except for the 2 terabyte without the controller. So I put it down for 2 terabyte with, because I'm like, well, if I'm already going to buy that much, I might as well just get it with the damn controller. I probably should have put it down for that one too, because it's just more of a chance to get selected. But I'm not that mad. It's like, whatever. It's not like I'm dying to have that thing. Not really looking to spend $1,000 at this very second anyway. So it is what it is. Maybe by the time I get put, taken off the wait list, maybe it'll be a better time of the year or something. It is really fishy though how people like Jeff Keighley and Wario64 and tons of other like prominent posters on social media suddenly get their locked in you're getting a Steam Machine email though, you know? Makes you wonder. Because I'm sure there were a ton of people and alternate accounts that signed up for those. Hello, Donkey Kong. Yeah, with the Neo Geo around the corner. Especially if they release games regularly for that thing. It's alright, I can survive without it. I didn't get the Steam Deck the second it released anyway. It's fine. It's not like it's, I would have been bummed if it was a lottery for like a new PS6 console or something, right? That would be silly. Thank you, Black Mamba. Thank you for the resub. Cool, Robert. And just to follow up on what we were talking about a few days ago, about, everybody was starting to say, oh, but there's a disc version of Grand Theft Auto coming out. Customer service said it's coming out in December. It's already been debunked. There's no disc version. So enjoy your digital-only copies of the biggest game release of all time. That's why today's YouTube poll, I'm very curious to see what people are going to vote in that, which version they're buying, if any. Or, just are they buying the game in general? There's just not enough poll options on YouTube to fit all those. Thanks, Juicy. Appreciate it. Thank you, as always, for the super chat. I think, man, it would feel way too soon for new consoles next year anyway. I don't think anybody's ready for a PS6 or a Xbox Helix in 2027. I think we need a little more breathing room. If they had courage, they would list this for $1 starting bid, and then see where it goes. The Maximum Carnage Collector's Edition. Hello, Pat. $100 for 1,000 arms. Doesn't sound terrible. But the price is probably lower because it doesn't have the memory card stickers. I think it was like a card or something, if I remember right, with 1,000 arms. I didn't stream the Prime deals, no. I looked through it fast off stream, and there wasn't a lot of video game stuff, to be honest. £5.8 of PS4 games. My favorite kind of listings. Selling it by the pound. I should make listings where it's like a mystery listing, and I just say how many pounds of games you're gonna get in the mail. And then I'll just put like the heaviest steel books I can find, so you get like 2 games, and it weighs 5 pounds. I bet you that's what other people would do, though. Put those weight fillers in there, you know? Like someone's ordering cold cut deli meat at the deli counter, but instead you do it on eBay for video games. Yeah, let me get like 2 pounds of DS games, please. 20 pounds of Wii games. And half a pound of Super Nintendo. Okay, thank you, Blizzard. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for that super chat. 10 bucks. Yeah, we're always here for Saturdays. Sometimes on Sundays. And very rarely it gets delayed until the weekday. Secondhand Xbox Series X prices right now there won't be any change. That kind of stuff won't start happening until online servers start getting closed down for digital games, or like 10 or 15 years pass for people to start caring a little more about collecting Series X. We haven't even gotten to the point where people really care about Xbox One games, so we're still a long ways away from people caring about Series X. There are very rare Series X physical games out there. It's just that most people don't carry it. The print runs are very small in some of those games. And it's most Series X games. It's not like there's just a select few. Most Series X games physically just have small print runs. Especially if it's a game that's like day one on Game Pass. They tend to print them lower because it's on Game Pass. And they anticipate sales won't be as high. Another thing too, a lot of the games that come out physically on Xbox are just like... I don't know what the right term would be. casual bro games, right? It's like people don't really view them as collectors' physical games. I think Xbox One and Series X games will one day be viewed like DVDs, where DVDs are finally starting to kind of like have a resurgence, right? They were dirt cheap, no one wanted them for so long, but now that people have their digital libraries being killed off, movies stripped from their accounts, suddenly everybody's getting back in the DVDs, and the collector market for that is starting to have a resurgence. I think that's essentially what Xbox One and Series X games are going to be for video game collecting, like, you know, physical ownership of Xbox games. They're going to be the DVDs. It's just going to take a while. Because people only tend to start caring once it's long out of print and sort of... I hate to use the term retro for Series X and Xbox One games, but you know what I mean. When it becomes trendy to collect physical games. My prediction is Series X and Xbox One games will be more popular than ever to get, is when we move into a digital-only future. When there are no more physical games, and you know it's coming. It's going to get there. Probably not next generation with the Helix, but it's probably going to be felt much more with that console. But certainly by the next generation, after the next one. So in like 8 to 10 years, that's when you're going to see people hoarding Xbox One and Series X games. Because it's like the last line of defense. That was some of the last games that came out with physical copies. Our first toes of the night. Because this person obviously could not be bothered to crop their foot out of the picture. Or cut their nails. Like jaguar claws getting ready to cut you up. And it's not a girl. Because, well, there he is. There's your foot model. Just lounging. Gotta admire sellers like this though. They just don't care. They're just like, listen, I'm gonna list in the most comfortable way possible in my flannel PJs. We're gonna just chill and list stuff on eBay. Auctions last week were pretty underwhelming. Let's see if this week is different. I haven't played Pokken Tournament. Hello, Epic. What if they soften the blow of digital only by opening backwards compatibility as a trade-off? I highly doubt they do something like that. But at that point, when things are digital only, they won't be a disk drive. And I doubt they'd make an add-on. Is it worth it to buy a Smash Melee case alone if you don't have the case? That's up to you if you collect with the boxes for GameCube. A box just for Melee shouldn't be too expensive. PC people tend to be pretty separate from the console gamers, though. I don't know. I just feel like, there's some crossover. But I think for the most part, if you're playing games on PC and Steam, you've probably, kind of moved on past your console buying days. And there's still tons of people that buy consoles. I have a friend that abandoned everything just for Game Pass. Doesn't care, hasn't bought a physical game in forever. Game Pass only. Well, Game Pass's value was pretty darn hard to deny back in the day when the prices were cheaper. It just felt like Game Pass was such a good value when it first came out. Lately, though, I'm not as inclined to sign up for it. I feel like in order, with the prices that they are now, even with the reduction in price, I feel like if you're going to do Game Pass, that has to be like 50% or more of what you're playing for the month. Right? Picking one game here or there to play on Game Pass doesn't make sense. If you're only doing like 1 or 2 games a month, it makes no sense. You got to be doing the majority of your gaming on Game Pass, and I don't do that anymore. So the money I save month by month by not subscribing to the Game Pass, I'd rather just buy the damn couple games I would be interested in playing on there. And I think a lot of people are getting to that point. I tried Hi-Fi Rush. I wasn't like over the moon for it like some people were. I thought it was like alright. After a while, the beat-based combat started to get on my nerves a little bit. I kind of wish it was just a bit... If that was a normal beat-em-up with the flashy graphics and without the beat combo stuff, I would have probably been into it way more. I'm just not really into the beat of the music dictating what I can do in the game at any given moment. It's why I don't play those kind of like, what's that other one that's like a dungeon crawler, where you're like going to the beat of the music. I don't really like that stuff, especially on stream, because I'm already trying to focus enough while I'm streaming, and then having to keep track of music beats to play. It's like, not really my thing. Thanks, Ostia. Yeah, that's what we're talking about right now. People were talking about the Xbox price increase, and then of course the rumors for what they're going to be for next generation. At least $1,000. No, I didn't unlock Russia and Tetris yet. Yeah, Neurodancers. Yeah, I'm not interested in this kind of games. If it's a music rhythm game that's different, I don't want to be playing an action game that's a music rhythm game. Because music rhythm game, 100% of your attention is on the song, the rhythm of the song. When you have to use half of your attention for playing a game at the same time, it's like, I don't know, I'd rather just relax with a normal action beat 'em up. Oh, we're just talking about random Game Pass games. And, you know, what makes Game Pass worth it at this point for some people. Oh, this actually has bits. I'm not used to seeing this up for auction. One of the rarest N-Gage games. I would love to try Sega Rally on N-Gage one day. I'd be really curious how that plays. It's probably actually a phenomenal game. Most N-Gage games are way better than you expect them to be. If you haven't played it, it's easy to laugh at that, but if you've played the N-Gage, I'm sure you're aware of how impressive some of those games could be.
Just wanted to also say quick for those who may have not have paid attention to it, but your health and workout story is extremely important and inspiring.
Oh, thank you, Timothy. I really appreciate that, and thank you for that resub. Getting close yourself to 100 months of support, really appreciate it as always. N-Gage versus Gamecom. I'd pick the N-Gage for sure. The Gamecom doesn't have many redeeming games. Now, if you pit the N-Gage against the Gizmondo, that's a different story. Gizmondo can definitely put up a fight. I just wish that mine wasn't like literally melting. I forgot to get that replacement battery for it. That now exists. I haven't played all the Ridge Racer games that are out there, but mine will always be 6 and nothing will ever replace it. Doesn't matter how good other Ridge Racer games are in comparison. 6 is just too... I played too much of that game. I used to play it online all the time. I did like 99.9% completion of the game, all the missions. I got stuck on one at the very end, and then I was never able to finish it because my freaking... When I transferred data from... It was either going from one 360 to another or going from a 360 to the Xbox One. I forget what it was. It wiped my save. And anybody that played Ridge Racer 6, you know going for all the achievements in that game is very time consuming. That campaign mode is no joke. Yeah, I still gotta get that battery. I forgot all about it. Yeah, Bovine told me they finally came out with a... For many years... Well, not many years, but like... Since the damn Gizmondo came out, there was no way to get a replacement battery for it. And then somebody finally found one that works. Otherwise, I can't use my Gizmondo. Because there's no replacement for it. Otherwise.
TA checks for all the streams and support Pete. Please get some more Kena on TCG channel so I don't...
No Lorcana. If they ever come out with a Fantasia only set, then I would, but yeah, no interest in Lorcana. The only stuff I'd be interested in... Oh, I need to make another video, because MetaZoo has died and come back again. Yesterday. MetaZoo is a card game that just never gives up. They passed owners again. Sort of. So like the previous CEO stepped down, another guy took over. And the company that they were working with is I guess stepping aside. And then like MetaZoo internally is going to work on the cards going forward. So it's going to go back to being like a small little, I don't want to say indie effort, because it's definitely not indie in the sense of what budget they have, but they're selling direct to consumer. There's going to be no more, you know, shipping to Walmarts or anything like that as of right now, which is interesting. They also said they're going back to more shackles off with the artwork, so more horror, gore kind of stuff again, which is cool. We'll see. I might give him a chance again. But yeah, honestly, just Final Fantasy trading card game, sorcery, Pokemon, and then, you know, the normal weird stuff sometimes here or there. But yeah, no Lorcana. Really, not my thing. I'm just not into. If it was all classic Disney films, but they put too much modern Disney stuff in there, I don't care about that stuff. Hey, thank you for the super chat. You play a better high. Did I play Bubsy 4D? Yeah, you can actually watch my day one release day stream of that on the channel. I did the full playthrough of it. It was good. It was like a 7 out of 10. Not amazing. Not as good as Bubsy 3D. Good effort, though. Thank you for that super chat. Thank you, Bovine. Thank you for that resub as well. And thank you, Amberg. Amberg with the 66 months. Bovine with 118. I played the whole thing. I beat the game, yeah. It was a very short game. Very short. My favorite Disney movie was always the original Fantasia. Yeah, that was always my favorite. I used to watch it all the time, and the coolest thing was I had the CD, like the music for it. So if you listen to the soundtrack, it was like you were watching the movie, because if you watch the movie enough, you know every little beat and what it corresponds to visually in the movie. Which is a pretty interesting, like, way to think about watching the movie without watching it. I didn't play Mina. I don't have plans to. There will be a lot of modern games skipped this year. I'm just looking to focus on other things. Bovine. I guess Bovine just put his feet up after a long week. He's like, alright, let me put my feet up, relax, and then gift 10 subs out to people. And yes, thank you for the reminder, Bovine. I almost completely forgot. I think that promotion's still going on, right? 35% off gifted subscriptions, so thank you for taking advantage of that. It is a pretty nice deal that Twitch puts on once in a while. Thank you for spreading the emotes out. We got one new emote. It's really hard to add new emotes, but because so many of them are classics, it's hard to put some new ones in there. I have to like make some new animated ones. I don't even remember how I used to make those animated emotes. I gotta find the website that I made them on. I don't remember how I did it. So long ago. Thank you, Bovine. Brave Little Toaster was a Disney movie. Yeah, I remember watching that when I was a kid. I think I knew it wasn't Disney, but it felt like a Disney movie. I've been focusing on Saturn, PS1, and GameCube, and PS2 collecting. You got Nosferatu. Yeah, that's a pretty underrated one. Hey, thank you, Timothy. Thank you for hooking up Rajiv with the sub as well. That's my favorite guilty pleasure takeout food. Well, these days I don't do takeout food, except for one exception. The only place I allow myself to get maybe like once or twice a month is Shake Shack. I get their double shack burger with no bread, wrapped in lettuce instead. And that's it. That's all. And then for a drink, I get the basil cucumber sparkler drink because it's surprisingly like very little calories and no sugar, so it's actually not too bad for you. Good soda replacement. Not that I drink soda, but you know, it's pretty refreshing. That's like my cheat meal, even though it's not really a cheat meal. Thanks, Roth. Thank you for the bits. Roth's got the little leaf badge. That is a thing on Twitch now, right? Where they let you grow a plant or something for catching a certain amount of streams in a week or something along those lines. They're always coming up with these weird ideas. We'll see if that one sticks around. Do I like Chinese cuisine? Well, authentic Chinese cuisine is very hard to find. But if you're talking about Americanized Chinese takeout, the only thing I get from that now is the steamed menu. So it's literally just like they steam the food. There's no sauce. They put like a sauce on the side, and it's so all I can get from there now is just steamed chicken, shrimp, or tofu with whatever vegetable I choose, and then white or brown rice, and that's it. Yeah, they've brought the gardening slop to Twitch. Everybody plays so many gardening games. Now they've brought it to Twitch where you like level up a plant as a badge. And it resets every week. It can blossom into a flower. Best pizza? It's never a chain place. I don't get chain pizza. It's whatever mom and pop place at any given moment. Usually the ones that make like brick oven pizza, where they literally put your pizza in like a literal brick oven with fire. Those are pretty good. Like they would make in Italy. Surprisingly, the pizza in Italy I didn't think was actually as good as the pizza by me. Depends what state you're from. I couldn't tell you work. I'm not familiar with Manhattan pizza. But I don't really eat pizza anymore, and I don't miss it. So there's only one pizza that I can get once in a while. It is like a frozen brick oven one from some like meal prep place that makes it with good ingredients. But like yeah, your typical to-go pizza, no desire. Don't care about it anymore. I choose not to eat it. Yeah, I choose not to have it. Despite what people want you to believe, pizza is not a healthy food. Oh, but it's just tomatoes and cheese and... Yeah, you eat that every week, you see what happens. The sauce alone is like eating a candy bar. Wonder? I've tried Wonder once. Never again. That's the most overpriced slop I've ever seen. The portion is super small and it's salty as hell, expensive. It's literally like microwaved food. Not even a joke, like it's not even really made fresh. They microwave it in the back for the most part. I don't recommend that you eat at Wonder. Wonder is one of the most dystopian experiences I've ever had. And if you've been into a Wonder, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I walk in there, it feels like I've just walked into the set of a Star Wars or a THX 1138 movie or something. It's the most white walls, barren, nothing, like no decorations. It's literally just like a counter. You don't even order at the counter. You go up to a screen and you place your order on the screen. They don't take cash. It's card only. I'm a cash person. It was like one of the strangest experiences ever. I'd never go back there. You've never heard of Wonder? Okay, it probably hasn't come to your area yet, but it will. It's like the Amazon of food service that's looking to put mom and pop places out of business. Look it up. Look into Wonder. It's essentially, they try and play it off like it's a giant place with like 20 restaurants in the back of the store. Because they're like, oh, we've got 20 restaurants, high cuisine, restaurants here to order from. It's literally just one kitchen where, depending on what you order, they just take the food and the food is already cooked. They just heat it up for you, for the most part. And your food is typically done in like no more than 10 minutes. And it's a big delivery place. So, just know what you're getting into if you order from there. Do a little bit of research on it before you order. Ghost Kitchen, is that what they refer to it as? No, yeah, it's not. It's not a bunch of small restaurants like a food hall. That's what I thought it was too. And you go in there and you're gonna be like, what the hell is this? It's seriously dystopian. It really is. Like it was a very odd experience, personally. No person, like, it's just all transaction in there. It's like perfect white walls, white everything, no decor. It's so. I don't know what the right word is. I mean, dystopian is the right word for it, but there's a better word to describe it. No hospitality kind of place, You're better off going to a local supermarket and ordering frozen food and making it yourself. Essentially. And their prices are ridiculous for what you get. Hospital cafeteria. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I'd say it's even worse. And thank you, Main Killer. Thank you for the 55-month reset. You used to be able to buy food for like a candy bar from a vending machine. I wouldn't doubt it if they start moving towards that again. I think they do stuff like that in Japan with like soup and noodles and stuff. But that's different. I'll tell you though, when I was in the hospital, boy, that food was damn good. I don't know if it was just because, I hadn't eaten in a couple days or whatever, but I had good hospital food. It's probably not the same in every hospital, though. The hospital food was better than Wonder. Let's order some takeout from your local hospital. It's like, damn, that was good. The salmon? I have proudly never ordered DoorDash or any of the. I don't even know what delivery services there are. Never once. No. If I'm going to order food, I pick it up myself. Never pay those fees. Plus, it's just better to support the place by picking it up yourself anyway. I feel like once you start ordering delivery, you never stop. It's a terrible, yeah, Grubhub. It's a terrible habit to get into. It's too much of a fallback. Oh, another toe. My God. There are so many different feet or foot shapes out there, huh? It's like my foot definitely doesn't curve down. You know what I'm talking about? Like my toes are a bit more of a straight line. Like it goes down a little bit, but this is like vroom. It's like falling down a steep drop on a roller coaster. It's gotten to the point now where we're starting to critique people's feet on eBay listings because we see so many freaking feet in the list. I mean, what are you gonna do, right? Can't help it. It's like every page there's a foot. If they'd crop them out, we wouldn't have to critique feet. But I guess it does depend on where you live, though, or like certain places. If you're in the middle of the city or something, depending on where you are, I don't know. I guess for some people, takeout, like they just got to do it sometimes. But I don't know, just buy your own stuff and cook it or something. I don't know. There's got to be better alternatives. Kids today, boy, they spend so much money on takeout food. It's crazy. People ordering ice cream and then being mad when it comes melted from delivery. It's like, come on. It actually isn't. You're getting secret rings in here, which these days is like a $15, $20 game. Firefighting game. We Love Golf Trauma Center. This might actually be worth putting a bid on. $10, $8 shipping. That's the price of secret rings. I'll link this seller. Hey, thank you. Thank you, James. Thank you for the super chat. You've been watching since 2008. One of the OGs. Thank you for watching so long. What is your most anticipated AAA game? And what's my relationship with Johnny? I haven't seen his latest vid. I think somebody told me he gave me a shout out of some type. I haven't watched it yet though. My most anticipated AAA game right now, it's not even close. It is Star Wars Galactic Racer. Like that by far right now is looking like the best game of the year for me. If you haven't looked into that game yet, you should consider it. That I haven't been this excited about something Star Wars in a very long time. Probably since season 2 of The Mandalorian.
Hopefully this makes my recent timer match up properly now.
If you haven't looked into Galactic Racer, it's your reason to finally be excited for something Star Wars. It looks phenomenal. And if you're a Burnout fan or you're like any kind of extreme racing game fan, that game is looking real good with the recent gameplay. I think it's going to surprise that. I think that game review-wise is going to be getting like 9s across the board. I'm telling you right now, it's looking very promising. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for the 35 months. And yeah, I hope Johnny's doing well. I have to see how I'm mentioned or whatever in his video. Completely forgot. I actually just got done watching. I listened to it on my walk. They finally recommended to me in my algorithm. Gamster's health update, which is good. He's doing nice. Apparently, he's doing a lot better, which is good to hear. He was having some health scares. Everybody's having health scares these days. A lot of the original YouTubers. But it sounds like he's on a good path for recovery, which is good. Oh, Horror Month this year is going to be called Horror Month because you're going to be in horror of how much I'm going to stream Star Wars Galactic Racer. No, it'll probably be something where I do like, you know, I'll stream it for a little bit after my horror game stuff. Like maybe I stream it just on Kick for like an hour or two some nights. Maybe I try and stream it in the afternoon for a little bit before I start my horror streams. I don't know. I'll figure something out. Just kind of sucks the release date of that game. Yeah, I last spoke to Johnny late last year. We spoke for a few hours. It was good to catch up. Let's do one more page of auctions. Then remember to come back to it 2.5 hours from now. The only reason I know Puri Puri is because he was one of the first people to route the speedrun for Okage Shadow King, so I had to study his speedrun a little bit when I was learning Okage. And then I believe I watched his speedrun for Star Wars The Phantom Menace as well. He used to do a lot of speedrunning. That's about all I watched from him. Alright, let's do... I did not pre-order GTA. No, at this point I don't even plan on getting it. It's just too risky. Like, first of all, you're almost pressured into getting the $100 version because the $80 version lacks a ton of, like, pretty important content, I'd say. But even if you get the $80 version, I don't even know if I'm gonna like GTA 6. And spending like $90 is... that's a lot of money for a game that I may play once or twice and be like, you know what, this ain't for me. At least with the physical, I can get rid of it and sell it, make my money back, whatever. Digital, I'm just stuck with it. I'd rather just buy like a new retro game or something. At that point. Oh, we're not under video games. It's like, why are we looking at shirts? Yeah, no gameplay. I don't know. You guys will have to let me know how it is. Has the poll. The poll on YouTube, 110 votes. It says, are you buying GTA 6? 25%, yes, I buy a lot of digital games. Yes, it's my first digital game, 7%, which is interesting. That's the one I was most interested in. So about 7 or 8 of you voted for that. It's breaking 7 or 8 of you into your first digital AAA game. 26%, I only buy real physical games. And then 42%, no, I'm just not interested in it. See how that develops throughout the night. Yeah, I wasn't following it, Hermes, but hopefully he's well. Plus, it's gonna be very busy towards that time of year. Right, when is it coming out? Middle of November? You know how many other games we're gonna be trying to catch up on in November? Especially after the October rush. I don't know. I feel like I'll be fine. I lived without ever playing GTA 5. And believe I wasn't like in this band camp of I'm not gonna play GTA 6. Like I was kind of like, all right, maybe this will be the game I jump back into the series with. I was relatively interested in it till they dropped the bombshell news of digital only. I'm like, I just lost all interest. And don't forget, the people that criticize us for not buying GTA 6 because there's no disc are the same people that have the mentality to buy pre-orders on eBay for the game at like $130, $140 when you can still pre-order the game just fine right now for normal price. That's who we're arguing with, just keep that in mind. How is this only $1? This has to be mislisted. $1, buy it now? They must have meant to make this an auction. Right? And 12 people viewed it. They're like, ah, you know what? They're just going to cancel the auction if I buy this. There's no way this is $1. No, there's no way. If you buy this, you're just wasting your time. They're just going to relist it. Yeah, check out my store for more auctions. I'm not logged in, but if one of you want to like give this seller a courtesy, like, hey, you listed this as a buy it now instead of an auction, I would, but I'm not logged in. Because all that's going to happen is someone's going to be like, ooh, $1. Wow, I'm getting such a great deal. And then the seller is going to have to cancel the listing and go through a whole bunch of hoops. So that's already been debunked, Toilet, today. There is definitely no physical release coming in the future. That was a word from a employee that was misinformed. So don't get your hopes and dreams up for a physical disc. Yep. My guess is, and this is my guess, there will be a physical disc version of GTA 6 at some point when they release a definitive version. Or when GTA Online 2 comes out, maybe they do some kind of like bundle where you get GTA 6 with like 6 months of GTA Online in some kind of definitive edition that has a disc. Because by then, think about it, like if they release something like that a year from now, year and a half, 2 years, that's long enough where they might get people to double dip and buy it the hardcore GTA fans, because at that point enough time has passed where they won't feel bad for buying the game a second time if it's some sort of collector's edition with perceived value, or just to own the game physically. So they'll sell the game twice to a lot of people. They could always put it on 2 discs. Other games have done it. Or they can do the tried and true, release half the game on the disc and make you download the other half. At least you'd be able to pass ownership of the game with that method, however. The way that I view games that are just like some of the game is on the disc but not all of it and you gotta download the rest, I view those similarly to a game key card. It is not ideal, but at least you can sell it. And that's pretty much everything you need for Pokemon on the Switch. Still want to revisit Sword and Shield. I still need to play Brilliant Diamonds. And I still need to get new Pokemon Snap. And I have Let's Go Eevee. Let's Go Pikachu is... Actually, I forget. For the longest time, Let's Go Eevee was the game of choice for speedrunning, but then I think Pikachu may have taken over. I can't tell if this is a good deal or not, though. Most of these games are... probably like, what, 30% cheaper than MSRP at this point? If every game was $40, it's like $360, so their price probably isn't too far off. I have a decent sized Switch collection. I wouldn't say that. I very rarely buy Switch games at this point, like Switch 1 games. I pretty much just have all the essentials as they came out, right? Like every major, for the most part, first-party Nintendo game that came out on that thing. I didn't delve too deep into indie games and stuff like that on there. Or third-party. Will I ever stream DS era Pokemon? I would like to stream Omega Red or Alpha Sapphire. So 3DS. I'm not sure about DS. I don't have plans to go back to the post-game for Leaf Green, no. I had my fun with going through the normal campaign for that. I think it was just getting to be a little too much Pokemon in the post-game for streaming. And the grind to beat the Elite Four the second time would have been pretty extreme. Especially with my rule of doing shiny only. Cute lot. Stubbs is a lot cheaper these days, though. Price seems reasonable. They probably have that priced at almost exactly what it would be if you bought all these individually. Yeah, I wish Pokemon Champions was a little more interesting for people, but I think with Pokemon Champions, that weeds out the people that are nostalgic for like just good old story-based Pokemon games, because Champions is just straight up competitive, which, you know, that only appeals to competitive Pokemon players. I enjoy what I played at Champions, though. It's cool that it's on mobile now. Feels like it's a perfect fit for mobile. Oh yeah, sometimes the viewer listing breaks for Kick. It's very annoying. I've constantly got to like reconnect it. Let me see. Where's that through Streamlabs? Let me see. I probably got to reconnect it. Yeah, just randomly it just stops working. I don't even remember how to do this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember how to fix it. I think I gotta like disconnect it and reconnect it. It's very annoying. I'm not gonna be able to do that right now. Any N64 exclusive horror games? No. No, the closest you used to have was Doom 64, but that's been ported. It's one thing N64 lacked: horror games and RPGs. Plenty of racing games, though. Yeah, Resident Evil 2 is not exclusive, though. Do I have Ocarina of Time merchandise? Here or there. Back on the day, Zelda merchandise was not the easiest to find. I've got the first figures Link statue. One of the original ones they did in the green tunic. The E3 1997 Link statue. Got a cardboard standee from Link Ocarina of Time 3D, but I think something like broke off on that. I have a Ocarina of Time plastic sign that was from like Hollywood Video. Unfortunately, though, even something on that snapped off. Those things are very fragile. I got my original, still in the box actually, Ocarina of Time figures that I got from like Electronics Boutique back in the day. A couple other odds and ends. Yeah, nothing too crazy. If I buy Zelda stuff, it's definitely going to be vintage. That's typically how I treat gaming merchandise like that. I don't really want the mass-produced modern stuff. It needs to have a history behind it. The vintage stuff is way more interesting. Shadowgate. I guess Shadowgate can pass as horror. And yeah, Castlevania 64 and Legacy of Darkness could. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of. I guess that is the closest thing to like exclusive horror on there. If you count Castlevania for horror. What do I think of the Xbox price increase? I mean, to be completely honest, doesn't affect me one damn bit because I already got my Series X. As do most people, I think. I mentioned it at the start of the stream. It's like, who is it actually affecting? I personally don't know how many of you planned on buying a Series, unless you were getting that limited edition console, then that kind of sucks for the anniversary. But don't most people already have a Series X? I think at this point, in the span of the console's lifespan, if you don't have the Series X by now, you either never planned on getting it or you already have one. Just a small minority of people maybe like planned on getting one. So I don't know. It's a big price increase though. It's huge. It's gotten to the point now where, boy, you better have a damn good reason to buy a Series X. You better value that Game Pass, boy. Hello, come back. Hello, Rich. $54 Xbox One games for $255. All sports games. And Fable and Destiny. What a lot. Well, if you're a sports fan, you're set for life, right? Somebody went to Walmart and tried to buy all their Xboxes. Oh, before the price increase? Man, these scalpers are getting ridiculous. By the time you pay tax and selling fees, it's like, what are they even making? Yeah, the price is going up, what, $150? That's going to negate itself after you're done paying for gas, going to Walmart, paying the shipping, paying the selling fees if they're selling it on like eBay or something. Ridiculous. These people are just ridiculous. This isn't bad, actually, if you planned on getting Most Wanted. Because Most Wanted, if you don't know, is over $100 these days. No manual Need for Speed Carbon. But the way I'd look at it is if you planned on buying Most Wanted, it's kind of like getting a little bonus with it for free. I'll link the seller if anybody was interested in Most Wanted. For, you know, its normal price with a little bonus. Yeah, so you would be one of the few exceptions, right? The only exception are the people that still maybe planned on a Series X for like backwards compatible stuff, but I'd even argue at this point, I don't know, even before the price increase, that's a lot to spend on a Series X just for the backwards compatibility. I think in order to get a Series X, you really need to like be in on the whole package, meaning you're interested in Game Pass and the backwards compatibility. Don't get me wrong, the backwards compatibility is nice, but you know, $700+ just for that is kind of, that's a lot. Hey, thank you, James. Appreciate it very much. Thanks for the super chat. What's my current gym schedule? Yeah, speaking of gym schedule, I actually somehow it got messed up at some point. Because normally I don't do leg day on Saturdays. And lately leg day has been causing me to get fatigued like an hour before I start streaming. I had to take a nap again. I had to do it last week. Because the leg day exercises I've been doing they're fatiguing as hell. Because I've been doing more stuff that is like, it places more, it's harder on your heart. I know that sounds crazy and everything, right? You're like, oh, Pete, be easy, don't worry about it. It's normal for everybody. But like instead of doing the normal seated leg press where I'd be sort of like how I am right now, you press with your legs, I've been doing the one where you're like practically sitting on your back and pushing up against the plates. That one is a killer. But it feels, I'm doing it every week now instead of the other one because it just feels so much better for like progress. But yeah, I need to get leg day off of Saturday because it takes a lot out of me, honestly. Because you're working some of your biggest muscles all on the same day. And yeah, no problem. I'm glad that my gym ventures have motivated you to go yourself, perhaps. And New Hampshire, I've not been to New Hampshire. But I had good progress today in the gym. I was doing... I was by, like, if you have a Planet Fitness by you, you've probably seen, like, their Synergy 360. It's like a jungle gym for adults, essentially. And I was doing an exercise on that thing. And I'm like, you know what? It's been like a month and a half, 2 months since I attempted a pull-up. The last time I attempted a pull-up, I couldn't even budge. Couldn't lift myself at all. But today, I actually came very close to my first unassisted pull-up. I actually shocked myself. I didn't even, like, I stopped earlier than I probably could have maybe made it, but I didn't want to do it on this particular bar because I wanted to do my first one on a specific, like, where my arms are spread apart a certain amount. I didn't want to cheat the first one because my hands may have been closer on this, but after I did that, I'm like, all right, hold up. Let me try it on the chin-up, assisted chin-up machine, which, you know, you can do pull-ups on there too. So I did 2 20-pound assisted pull-ups. In other words, my body weight is 175. I put on 20 pounds of assistance, and I was able to do 2 with only 20 pounds of assistance. That means I am very close to being... I might even be able to do it the next time I'm in there if I start fresh and just jump right on there. So that means I was doing 155. If I weighed 155 pounds, it would essentially be unassisted pull-ups. But it's not a chin-up, so pull-up, you know, I did palms facing away, wider grip. Wider grip is harder because I use a specific machine there because I don't cheat it out. You know, I do the pull-up the way you're supposed to. Full dead hang, no BS cheating pull-ups. I did the full dead hang, and full chin above the bar, no momentum. So we're getting there. We're gonna be doing unassisted soon. So that was good. Yeah. So the chin-ups, when you have your hands like this, right, here's the bar, and you put your hands around the bar, and you pull up. You're using more biceps, and it makes the pull-up a lot easier. When you do pull-ups, palms like this on the bar, especially at a wider angle like this, and then you pull up, you're using more of your back. But it makes sense because I've been working a ton on my back. I've been incorporating a lot better back exercises over the past month. So, but also, I mean, I haven't attempted a pull-up in a couple months, so obviously it's going to compound. So yeah, there's your gym update, and thank you again, James, and thank you, Mr. Big. Happy Lazen Saturday to you as well. Sadly, we won't be doing affiliate this week because I somehow the schedule got messed up. I like to be a week behind on affiliate, so it gives everything time to track. And last week it was like fully caught up somehow, where there was like no buffer period. So this week we do have to take off from affiliate to give it a chance to like get that week buffer period again. I don't know how that happened. I must have like doubled up at some point and didn't realize it. Did I blow through any plateau point already or headed towards one where progress stalls? Oh, so I'm already past like the beginner gains thing. So I'm not as explosively able to constantly add new weight or constantly do more reps on every exercise. I'm always trying to progressively overload. So like today I viewed it as a win where on like say leg extension. Last week my leg extensions were 95 pounds. Today I bumped it up to 97 and I did 2 extra reps across 3 sets. So like even if I didn't bump the weight up, oh no, sorry, I had that backwards. Leg curls, I kept the same weight, but I added 2 extra reps across 3 sets. That's a win. If you're even just adding a couple of reps, it's a big deal. Leg extensions, I bumped the weight up from 95 to 97, and even just that 2.5 pounds, you know, I had to go back down to like I did 10, 9, and 9 reps, whereas previously on 95 I did 12, 12, and 11. So, you know, it's harder to... Once you start getting up there in the higher weights, it's probably also not a good idea to constantly add big weight jumps like I could in the beginning. That's a good way to get injured. If there's one thing I'm learning, it's the limits of how not to get injured. Like I'm dealing still with forearms from something I did a few weeks ago, which is creeping back up on me again. Where I stupidly tried to do a barbell bicep curl on leg day without being warmed up. And it did something to my forearms, boy, let me tell you. And I've been dealing with it since. So, can't go too fast. Yeah, I tried curling on leg day. I tried curling 50-pound barbell without any warm-up. And like the on an arm day, I was able to do it just fine. I was able to do like 7 reps, 6 reps, 5 reps across 3 sets. And then the day where I didn't do any warm-ups, I couldn't even lift the freaking bar. It was, you know, that just shows you the difference of how important warming up is. So I have very bad lower back issues. So I can't do the typical like freestanding squats and deadlifts and stuff like that. Like, you guys gotta keep that in mind. I have to do very specific things to try and avoid aggravating my back, which I did when I first started going to the gym, and it was really bad for a couple weeks. So I can't be doing things all willy-nilly without proper training. So the only things that I'm avoiding right now specifically are anything having to do with like standing, slouching foot, like anything where you have to take a posture that makes you lean forward while standing. I'm choosing not to do it until I have a proper trainer. And I plan on going to like a local gym that offers personal trainers before I attempt stuff like that, because that is one for sure way to mess yourself up if you're inexperienced. So if I do like anything like that, I make sure I get a bench and I do like a modified sitting version, which in some ways can be harder because you can't cheat with any momentum because you're lifting everything without your legs and momentum and shifting your weight to help things up, which can be beneficial actually using the bench. So no, there's no barbell bench press. Like I'm using all plate loaded. Like really, my Planet Fitness, I'm very fortunate. They have all new equipment. They have all the new good stuff, like the super smooth MTS machines they call them. I forget the brand that puts them out, but they're damn good machines. Not all the Planet Fitnesses have them. So I'm doing all like plate loaded, some pin loaded. I'm definitely graduating from like more pin to plate. But I'm not doing like, you know, free weight barbell bench pressing. One day, I'm gonna work up towards that, but you know, there's no pressure. It's like, just because that's the cliche thing that people measure people's strength by, like, doesn't mean you have to jump into that right away. My back is still... I still have back issues. I have to be very careful with it. Like like getting up off the leg press machine, the one where I'm practically lying on my back and pressing up with my legs. Like I feel like I'm 90 years old getting off that thing. Like it does bother my back. I just got to pretty much deal with it. But I've been doing the hyperextension machine. Some of the B-roll that I used in my update video, where like you hinge at the hips and move down and like just use your back and your glutes to kind of like push you up your body weight. If you do that consistently for like a year, it's supposed to really help a ton. So I've been starting to try and do that at least once or twice a week. And the goal is to not, you can't, with my back condition, you can't improve it. You can only like strengthen I can't reverse my back issues, but what I can do is strengthen the muscles to make it more stable, so it's not as bad. Sorry, I'm probably missing some of your guys' questions too, because the multi-chat is making your questions fly by. Am I gaining weight alongside muscle? Yes, that's a good question. And I'm sorry that sometimes we turn the eBay streams into like Fitness with Pete, but I think it's a good discussion to have, right? Because a lot of us are in this gaming bubble where we never hear fitness talk, right? So for some people, it's very inspiring to hear people, not just me, but the people in the chat that are like getting into it too, and it helps inspire others to, you know, maybe make some different choices for their lifestyle. And I'm not an expert. I just want to make sure I'm not trying to like act as a like you got to take what I say as like everything is the truth. I'm still learning as I go, but I think that's what makes my advice kind of different, is that it's not your typical like I've been lifting weights for 20 years, and not, because I'm learning what works for me, what doesn't work, how to overcome certain challenges that these other influencers never have to face because they're already experts for 2 decades, you know. So when I first started going to the gym, you would think, oh, you must be losing a lot of weight. Actually, no. Because when you first start going to the gym, you get beginner gains, which means that you put on muscle fast. So the muscle that I was putting on was counteracting the fat I was losing. So like normally you would lose a lot of weight, but because you're putting on muscle, it's kind of counterbalancing that. So that's actually a good tip to know. If you're going to the gym and you're like, man, I'm just not losing any weight, you're lifting weights, guess what? You're probably losing a lot of weight because you're putting on muscle, and the muscle weight is countering the fat that you're losing. So if anything, one of the best signs you can see is not losing weight if you've been consistently lifting weights and maybe doing some cardio and stuff at the gym, because that means you're actually putting on muscle. You may not see it yet, but that's what's happening. You know, eventually you don't put on as much muscle, and then it starts to kind of catch up. I honestly forget how much I weighed I'd have to like see if I could look back and find out. But you know, I've lost some weight, but it's not like it's been. I don't drastically want to lose a lot of weight. I lose very little weight every month. So like, I think at maintenance or slightly in calorie deficit with what I'm doing right now, I maybe lose like half a pound to a pound, like half a pound a week. Sometimes it's like it kind of like cancels itself. I've been stuck in this like fluctuating between 170 and 175 now for probably like a month or two. But that's probably because I'm still putting on a lot of muscle here and there. I don't want to drastically lose a ton of weight. I'd rather go slow and steady and have it help me put on muscle instead of like slimming out completely. The only place that I really feel like I gotta still try and lose fat is, of course, the end boss for guys, which is our stomach. Like that is the thing that comes off the slowest and it takes the longest. Probably within 6 to 12 months, so that shouldn't be a problem anymore. Yeah, I always walk on the treadmill before and after I do a workout at the gym. 5 minute warm up, and then at the end, anywhere between 10 to 20 minutes. Um, but lately, I've been trying to get back into doing like actual cardio on my off days. My off days, I would just go walk outside. I would do 7 to 10,000 steps. But I want to get back into doing like actual cardio. So my last off day, I did the step master or the stairmaster for a half an hour. Yeah, that was. I had never done that long on that thing before, but that's like the kind of the goal time that you want to aim for. So I did like 5 or 10 minutes on the treadmill with a pretty steep incline. I did 15 minutes on the elliptical, and then half an hour on the stairmaster. That's the thing where you're just continually walking up steps. And I'm not one of those people leaning forward, holding on to the handlebars. I'm standing upright, doing it the right way. I don't like to waste my time. I always make sure I do things the right way on these machines. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. Like, I was tired at the end of it. I was sweating my ass off, but I climbed like 100 flights of stairs in that half an hour. It tells you how many like flights you climb. So if I tried to do that 5 months ago, I would have been dying. The only thing I have to try to monitor is my heart rate when I do that, though. I don't want it to go too high. I was trying to keep it between 140 and 150 heart rate on that thing. It was like playing a game. It was like I had to adjust the intensity to try and like keep it in the sweet spot because my watch tells me what my heart rate is. Hey, thank you, Juicy. Appreciate that. Thanks again. Yeah, it was like playing Final Fantasy VII, the staircase climb in real life. And my Planet Fitness just got in. You guys will have to check it too, because I have the black card thing, because I like using their massage chairs and stuff for recovery. They just got in the Cryo Lounge. One machine of the Cryo Lounge, which is like this thing that uses I don't know what, like some kind of cooling stuff inside. Essentially, it's like you're in a bed, but it's like a cold bath, and you can alternate between hot and cold. And the cold is really cold, the hot isn't all that hot. But I've been using that to try and help. It definitely, absolutely helps my lower back pain temporarily. I'll tell you that much. It feels really good for like a few hours after I use it. So I'm hoping that paired with that other machine that I'm using, like maybe one day I'll be cured of my back pain. I have no idea. I've been dealing with it for 15 years. That's the next hurdle. You'll be going to a gym for the first time tomorrow. Congrats, Citrus. But anything I can add? You need to watch YouTube videos. So, do you have a fear of the gym, Citrus? Like, are you have you always had like anxiety about going into a gym? Is that an issue for you? Like, are you nervous about walking into a public gym for the first time? Or is that not a problem? Some people it doesn't matter. Change searches. Training for health or an event of some sort. Well, it's like, I had the heart attack last year, but I couldn't. Obviously I made changes, eating healthier, doing a lot of walking, but that only goes so far, right? Like, eventually you got to take the next step. And I couldn't really do the gym immediately after my recovery, because that's just not a smart idea. You got to you got to wait a bit until you jump in the suddenly increasing your heart rate exponentially. It honestly, it just happened one night. It just spontaneously. I was not thinking about it at all previously. I mean, maybe a little bit, but it was just a night where I finished. I worked on my top 10 games of the year video, and that there was quite a bit of editing in that video, so I had to edit for a few hours that day sitting in my computer chair. And then I'm like, all right, it's time to stream, and it was like 10 o'clock at night, 9:30, and I'm like, God, am I really gonna sit here for another 5 hours in the same chair right after I just got done editing this video? And just like something just clicked, and I'm like, I just went to the gym that night. I drove down to Planet Fitness, 24-hour Planet Fitness, and I joined the gym that night. I went there at midnight. It was just fine. And actually, I would recommend doing that because I'm one of those people that had anxiety about walking into a public gym for all these years. Going really late at night, it's like a ghost town. There's like no one in there. So it's a good way to kind of get over that fear. If you go really late, there's no one there. Practically have the whole place to yourself. I'd recommend it for the first few times, but it's the best habit to go there really late at night right before you go to bed. But let me tell you though, once you start, I don't know, I couldn't imagine not going. I'm sure everybody else that goes can attest to that. It's like, I can't imagine, unless something catastrophic happens that prevents me from going. It's like, I just can't imagine being like, you know what? I'm not going to the gym at all next week. It's like, I don't even think about that. Well, the best time to go to the gym is honestly probably between like 12 and 3. They like to call those the unemployed hours. That's usually when it's most dead for me. Not everybody's gym is dead between those hours. But yeah, between 12 and 3 is typically pretty dead as well, especially on a weekend. I would not, if you're like first time going to the gym, I would try your best to avoid going during the weekday after like 5 p.m. It's going to be crazy there. Depending on the gym, you want to try and pick the off hours. Yeah, I mean, it depends on your gym, right? If it's a independently owned gym, it may be different for you. But generally, if you get there at like 12 or 1, I find and most people find that that's like a really dead time. But if you're nervous because you've never been there, I would recommend for your first time or two, maybe don't use the weight machines. Just get on like a cardio machine, like the treadmill, or the elliptical is really easy, and just watch other people. And kind of just like watch them and see like try and figure out like which machines look like you'd want to try them and what ones look doable and don't look too bad. And then afterwards walk by them and just like take note of the name. They'll probably have the name of the machine on there, and then do your research at home. Watch videos on YouTube of the machine. And then the next time you go back there, maybe you only do 1 or 2 machines. Only do like add on 1 or 2 machines each time. And it'll be way less intimidating. Just make sure you watch multiple videos per machine though, because certain people may miss things that others talk about that are good tips. I like to watch the videos where they tell you what not to do, not just the videos that tell you what to do. You want to know what not to do on certain machines. Hello, Geometry. The PlayStation demo disc that came in the sleeves. Yeah, I wish I had more demo discs. I mean, I have a lot of demo discs from the magazines, but the individual demo discs, I never really got too many of those. It's a Planet Fitness. Oh yeah, you'll be good. Planet Fitness has QR codes that you can. They'll have the names clearly on the machine. And if all else fails and you feel like using the machine on the spot, you can sit on the machine and there's QR codes you can scan and it'll show you how to use the machine right on your phone. But if I were you, I'd sit at a machine, look at the name, get on your phone, just type in the name, Planet Fitness form on YouTube, and there'll be a ton of videos on it. My recommendation to you, if you're looking to hit up a machine or two, the easiest stuff to try and like find a good tutorial video, if you want to do like a quick all body thing, I would do the leg press, the seated leg press, the one with the pins, not the plates. You know, it'll look like you're sitting in a chair and just like your legs are up and you're pushing backwards with your legs. That's a very easy machine. Kind of hard to screw that up. Chest press, also the chest press machine that they have with the pins, pretty straightforward. So you got your chest, you got your legs. For the back, you can do the lat pull down machine. It's like 2 long metal bars with handles, pin loaded. So that covers your back. And then if you're looking, I would recommend starting with machines. Don't do any of the barbell stuff. They have bicep curl machines. They're not the greatest. You can try the preacher curl. Preacher curl's pretty easy because it kind of locks your form into place. But just make sure that you definitely watch a video on that before you use it, because it's very possible to have the wrong positioning on that with the seat. And that's all you need to do. Just do those 4, and that's all you need to start. Start very small. Only do, you know, you could just start with 2 sets, or just like use very light weights. Start with very light weights. 4 machines, super light weights. Take your damn time. Don't feel like you're in a rush. If you feel like you're in a rush, only use the machines that have multiple available, so that you don't feel pressured that you're like wasting someone's time because you're sitting on a machine. You wish each Planet Fitness had a map of the machines? Yeah. Yeah, it can be a little intimidating because when you first walk in, all the machines look the same. It's like, there's a lot of purple. Take 1 or 2 machines at a time. Look in the cardio machines. Yep. Yeah, I'd recommend just getting on the treadmill. Just don't go on the treadmill. Don't do anything too intense for too long if you're going to jump on a machine. You don't want to wear yourself out. Just people watch a little bit, like kind of pinpoint the machine or 2 that you think doesn't look that bad. And just start with 2. And then every day add an extra one until you feel more confident. I'm at the point now where I'm not really afraid to jump on anything. I'll look at it, I'll sit down and I'll, you know, look up the name and just make sure I get the proper form right. And that's it. I'll jump on anything. I love this Bowser figure. Nintendo Power mail-away figure. I don't think I have this Bowser. So this is the thing you used to see in the magazines. I love classic Bowser merchandise. Newer Bowser stuff, no. Older Bowser, yes. There he is. Normally $9. 6 inches tall. Cool figures. I actually really like those. Fitzvogel recommends BCAAs pre-workout. I don't think I'm familiar with that. I've been taking, I just make sure to try and eat like enough carbs and little burst from like honey. I'm probably gonna bump it up to a tablespoon, but I've been taking a teaspoon of honey right before I go. That helps. Oh, that's another important thing if you really get involved with the gym. Carbs are very important. You know, a lot of people, the misinformation out there about how bad carbs are for you. But if you start going to the gym, you have to have carbs. And there's different types of carbs, like different faster digesting, you know. You got to make sure that you're eating the proper amount of carbs before and after the gym. Otherwise, your recovery is going to be terrible and your performance will not be as good as it could be. You don't know how to answer the poll, the answers don't match. Yeah, YouTube only gives 4 options. But if you're saying the answers don't match, are you saying like it's a little like out of order for you or something? Currently the poll, we're up to 174 votes. Are you buying GTA 6? 26% now say, yes, I buy a lot of digital games. 7%, it's my first AAA digital game. 24%, I only buy real physical games. So, no. And then 43% say, no, I'm not interested in it. Yeah, it's all good now, Telmac here. I will say I'm getting very close to making like a new small channel where I just like the things we talk about on here with this fitness stuff, just making like a sort of motivational tip giving fitness channel. Like nothing serious, it'll literally just be me probably sitting either in my game room or like at a park and just talking, right? I'm not gonna be one of those people constantly filming shit in the gym, but I'm getting very close to it. Because then when people ask questions about the gym, I could be like, you know what, I'll make a video on you or on that for you. So that, you know. Not that I don't mind talking about fitness stuff on the stream, but you know, I know not everybody wants to hear about fitness talk in a gaming stream. I understand that. So I'm getting very close to it. I really am thinking about it. Right, because I think it is an interesting perspective from somebody who is just starting, like me. 6 months is still definitely just starting, right? That's still beginning of intermediate level. But like, I actually find it very hard to find content on YouTube that isn't from an expert, or you know, quote unquote expert. But you know, people that have been doing this for at least 5, 10, 15 years, and their perspective is a little skewed. Coming at it from someone now that's trying to process all this information and learning as they go and making mistakes, I feel like that's a little harder to find. And I feel like you can learn different things from somebody that is learning as they're going and making mistakes, and not somebody that never makes mistakes. Or somebody that didn't want to go to the gym because like they were afraid of the gym or they had anxiety of the gym, right? These influencers, they don't have anxiety of the gym. They don't understand what other people go through to get in there. They may say they do, but they don't. Right? Like the fear of going from doing simple machines to free weights, or even just going over to the weight racks with benches. Like for some people, it's not an easy step. These influencers don't understand that. Would I recommend Ring Fit? I haven't played Ring Fit, but I've heard nothing but good things about Ring Fit, actually. Seems like a good supplemental thing to your gym workouts. Can you use the same GameCube memory card for English or Japanese games? No. Unfortunately, you have to have a Japanese memory card for Japanese games and an English memory card for English. I don't think I don't think I had this Gundam game. I can't remember. No, I don't think I picked this one up. I'm way more likely to play the older Gundams. The newer Gundams, they just lack something. They're too flashy. I really like these older, clunkier ones. Oh my goodness, no wonder the price was reasonable. You've been going for a few weeks now. Gym anxiety is tough. Yeah, see, and that's the kind of people that I want to speak to, right? Because I went through it, and I'm definitely at the point where I have no. Listen, from the beginning, how do you know you've conquered your gym anxiety? If you start doing glute workouts in the middle of the gym, you know what I'm talking about. The ones where it looks like you're humping the air. I've been doing those for 6 months now. And that will build your confidence. In fact, the other day, I believe, I wasn't wearing my headphones. Lately, I haven't been always listening to music at the gym. I just find like it helps me focus a little bit more, like stay locked in. Sometimes, I don't know, because I use corded headphones, and sometimes it's just a pain in the ass, especially on leg day. But I was doing the glute bridge. That's the one where, like, yeah, it looks like you're literally humping the air. And I think, because they're doing this summer program now where kids that are like 14 to 18 or whatever can go to the Planet Fitness for free this summer. And there were like two friends there, and one of them had to be, he probably wasn't even 14, he was probably like 13, 14. I'm pretty sure he may have been laughing at me using the glute bridge, because let's face it, if it's your first time seeing somebody using that machine, it's like a little, it's a little awkward, that machine. Because I heard his friends say to him, "Are you laughing? Like, don't laugh." Like, he was giving him a pep talk. In other words, like, this is the gym, you don't do that, kind of thing. I couldn't hear the full conversation, but I was trying to piece it together because I looked around. It was like in a small cordoned off section of the Planet Fitness, and I looked, and I'm like, they had to be laughing. He had to be laughing at me because there was literally only one other person in here using the rotary machine. There's no way they'd laugh at somebody using the rotary machine. The kid had to be laughing at me, but I regained confidence in the younger generations because his friend put him in his place. So I respected that. But you get to that point where you don't care, right? Like, even when you think someone's laughing at you using the goofiest machine in the gym, didn't give a crap. Right back on it the next time. Yeah, wireless headphones though. Using wireless headphones almost every day of the week, like, I'm one of those skeptical people. I guess, like, eventually I'll get wireless and I'll use it a few times a week, but I don't like the idea of using wireless in my ears like that for that many hours every week. Yeah, it's just like because I already deal with sitting by my freaking 5G tower when I stream, because that's the kind of internet I gotta use these days. So I'm already sitting by a 5G tower for endless hours every week. So, like, putting wireless Bluetooth into my ears on top of that, like, there's research done on it. It's not the best thing for you long term, but if I do it a couple times a week, it's fine. But like every day for 1 to 2 hours, it's like, because I already use headphones on my walks. Don't forget, I'm walking too outside. I go for 2 to 3 walks a day. That's another thing. See, that's why I need to make my fitness channel. Because that's also another huge thing. I try and walk after every meal for at least 15 minutes. Wi-Fi is everywhere, but having it directly in your ear for that much, I don't know. I just don't. I'm skeptical on it. Bluetooth right in your ear. I'm also an old school person, right? Like I'm always behind when it comes to technology with that kind of stuff. Like I personally think it's crazy that I don't see more people using wired headphones still. They're just so they're convenient. You don't got to charge them. They're not popping out of your ear, getting lost. It's like I still love wired headphones. I always feel like I'm a generation behind on that kind of stuff. Just like it took me forever to get a cell phone that wasn't ancient, because I kind of had to. Is that a stapler? Oh my god. Talk about random merch. I've always wanted to maybe collect PS2 merchandise, but man, if it's going to be as exciting as staplers, I'm not sure how fun that would be. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get wired and just alternate. Like leg days, yeah, I definitely need wireless. But other days, I'll probably stick to wired. It's insane to me though. The only people I've seen in my Planet Fitness using wired are like older people. It makes me feel older because everybody else uses wireless. I'm shocked that people moved on from wired that quickly though. Seriously. But I don't care. They can judge me all they want. That's the kind of attitude you need when you go to the gym. You gotta just not care. An iPod Classic. Damn, I actually like that idea. Hmm. I have to bring my phone because I sync my app to my Apple Watch, so I like track my progress on my watch, so I don't have to touch my phone all the time. But man, getting an iPod, it's not a terrible idea. Now that would look ridiculous. I'd almost like respect it, but it would look a little crazy if I was in the gym with an iPod, classic iPod. I'm sure I'd have some people comment on that. Exclusive and never before released footage of Halo 2. I wonder what they would show you on that. Non-playable demo. Imagine getting a controller and it coming with a DVD where you can watch the game. You can't even play it. That is something. I guess it was before the game was out. Exclusive, never before seen. Maybe it's the E3 footage that was recently remade as a mod. Oh, that would be interesting. But yeah, I think this, the fact that we've been talking about fitness stuff now for the better part of over an hour, I feel like that is definitely motivating me to make this damn channel. So I can talk about these different topics in a more, less scatterbrained way, and then reference people to the videos when they have questions, or make videos based off of the questions. I feel like I'm getting closer. And I wouldn't want to do member only on YouTube because, like, it's information that I want to be more widely available, right? That's the whole purpose of it. that's why I'd make the new channel. Isn't this the brand new game that just came out? People were hating on this game for some reason. Is it really that bad? The little bit I saw, I thought it looked kind of cool. Apparently the puzzles were really bad or something. Korean Street Fighter 2 Pogs. Wow. Just when you thought you saw everything. When is the Street Fighter 2 movie coming out again? Oh my god. Look at Ken and Ryu. That is something. They look like they were drawn by like Yoshitaka Amano or something. Master System Super Compact from Brazil. Wow. Well, that button placement looks really awkward. WMC Masters? I don't think so. I'm not sure what that is. Small Soldier is getting pretty pricey. Kind of a shame that's the only game it ever got. Which makes sense, right? They had the one movie, so what are they gonna do? But another one would have been nice. Sentient. I knew there would come a day where this game was gonna go up. I can't remember when I tried to get my copy of this, it was actually very hard to even find on eBay. Good copies of it. And around then they were only going for $20 or $30, and I'm like, how is this game so cheap? Because it's Psygnosis, it's a very unique kind of adventure game. I still feel like this has the potential to go up even more, because it's still super under the radar. I haven't played it yet though, so can't really speak on how good it is, but I do know how unique it is. It's one of those games where people are still like finding new scenarios all these years later because there's so many outcomes in that game. They had a trailer and a sneak peek for, a sequel to Small Soldiers. I like that movie, that was fun. Don't game keycards allow third-party games to come to Switch 2 that wouldn't have if they were physical? Maybe like in the very beginning, but now there's like more I believe now there's more storage and size options for non-keycard releases, so it's like becoming less and less of an excuse for publishers to use. If I can be the best at any game am I choosing, which game would I pick? It's an interesting question. I'd probably pick Mario 64. I think being the world's best player at that would probably be pretty prestigious. From a speedrunning sense. If we're not talking speedrunning, it's like, I guess being the world's best at Tetris would be pretty crazy, right? Because everybody knows Tetris. And then I wouldn't have to hate the game because I'd be the best at it, right? You found Superliminal disappointing. Is it really, really puzzle heavy or something? I don't think I'd like it if it's non-stop puzzles. I love this translation. What is this? Tokyo, Mew, Mew, Muse. Appear, let's serve. Together, yeah. Love it. Love these translations. When it's just called ground stroke. Not sure how they got Tokyo, Mew, Mew, Muse, Appear, let's serve together, yeah. I think I like that title better. Yeah, whichever esports game. Yeah, I'd want to be the world's best at Fortnite. Let's be real. Because if you're the world's best at Fortnite, you'd be a multi-millionaire. Back when it was, you know, the hottest thing. This is an on-foot racing game, by the way. I was trying to remember the name of this last week. I couldn't think of it. This is also, yeah, Toma Runner is the name of it. There's 2 of these games on PS1, Japan only. But if you like on-foot racing games, it's pretty wacky. It's pretty puzzle heavy with Portal-like vibes. Ooh, interesting. What was that game? Toma Runner. T-O-M-A. R-U-N-N-E-R. It's 2 of them. I streamed it a long time ago. It was fun. It's an interesting strategy game. We're passing by quite a few decent... I mean, the prices are ridiculous. I paid nowhere near this for this game. When I got it, it was probably like 15, 20 bucks. This is a bug strategy game. Battle bugs. Japan loves their bugs fighting. Be the best at Smash Brothers? Oof. Yeah, but then when you're the best at Smash Brothers, you gotta travel around to events and compete in tournaments and everything. At least with Fortnite, you could just sit on your butt and stream to so many people, right? It's like the money just flows in. Smash Brothers, you'd have to put in work. And then you gotta associate with the Smash Brothers community. Which who knows how that is today, these days. Xbox Live official collectible wristwatch. Is it really? How is this an Xbox watch? Xbox Live? Because it's orange? That's one of the lamest things I've seen. It's not even a logo on it. Oh my god. Sometimes I look at these Sonic plushes and I'm just like, it's not a knockoff, but man, it sure looks like one. Knuckles skipped leg day. Spyro the Dragon CD case. That's kind of cool. There's a lot of Spyro merchandise out there. It's not loading for some reason. I've played a little bit of the sequel to Kai, the Kangaroo. Kyle the Kangaroo. Or KO, I believe is how you're supposed to say it. But I still haven't played the Dreamcast one, or the new one. That was Sonic Boom version of him, I believe, yes. Xbox promo pen that lights up. Are we sure about that? You gonna trick us again? Xbox Gamepad or Xbox Game Studios. Wow, it really does light up. That's kind of cool. I have the one on I have the PS2 one for the Ikibo games or whatever. I haven't streamed it yet though. And then the other one is what, on PC Engine, I believe? I can't remember if I have that. Mario and Luigi on a skateboard. Wow. That's pretty unusual. Look at Luigi. With a giant... Oh, I thought that was a giant yellow stain. I think it's a sun. It's supposed to be a sun. It's like they only have 3 fingers. Or 4 fingers. That's pretty rare. I don't think I've ever seen official Mario artwork with them on skateboards. Did they put like a logo or something on this SP for Tactics? Or is it just a white SP? Did they release a white SP otherwise? Or is this the only way to get a white SP? It does look kind of sleek, I like that. The best version of Sonic R? Yeah, the best version of Sonic R is only on the GameCube. Playing it on PS2 if you have the PAL version is terrible. And then the Saturn version is fine, but it doesn't have the same kind of controls as GameCube. I would not recommend buying a 6-axis PS3 controller if you value weight in your controller and also rumble. So just keep that in mind. 6-axis controllers feel very light. Like cheap feeling. And no rumble. Isn't it still wild that the PS3 launched without rumble in their controllers? That is still crazy to me. I think it's the only way to get a white SP. Yeah, it looks really nice. Would it be better to get a PSP or a Vita? That depends what you're looking for. They both offer similar experiences, but the PSP will be... It'll give you a little bit more diversity, in my opinion, on game genres. The Vita is really for people that really love RPGs, anime games, like tons of Japanese developed games, that kind of stuff. It'll also be a little more pricey. PSP will be a little more affordable. Yeah, if you're into weeby stuff, Vita's the way to go. Visual novel stuff, yeah, the Vita has a ton of that. My Vita collection is frozen in time. I wanted to make a video actually one day showing my Vita collection because it's a very interesting. My Vita collection is very unique in that, like, I stopped collecting for that thing at a certain point, so my collection is literally frozen in time after a certain point. And I'll jump back in. At this point, I've just accepted I have no idea what happened to my PS TV. It's possible I sold it. I mean, I don't remember selling it, but at this point, I'm willing to accept the fact that I may have just sold that damn thing. But I want to get a PS TV that, you know, and fix it up or mod it or whatever the hell so it plays everything. That's when I'll get back in the Vita. If I can't stream it, there's no point. I was looking at this and I'm like, oh, wow, that looks great condition. Where's the console? Took me a moment to realize that it's just for the box and inserts. You got to admire their peacock effect, though, with how they lay out all the plastic bags and everything. Is there a minimum positive rating in order to purchase them from someone on eBay? So, here's a hot take. Even if somebody's feedback is like 50%, that shouldn't dissuade you from buying from them, because it could mean one thing, right? So feedback on eBay is based on the last 12 months of sales. So if somebody has only sold 2 items in the last 12 months and somebody leaves a negative and someone leaves a positive, they'll have 50% feedback. If you read the negative and the negative reason is stupid, right? Like, oh, the item came 2 days late, my weekend is ruined. Right? Are we really going to hold that against the seller? So it really comes down to how many negatives and what the negatives are for. So you should never be turned off by percentage unless the feedback gives you a reason to be turned off. I never got to play Eco and Shadow Colossus in 3D, no. I was never able to get one of those 3D TVs. I wish I bought that monitor when it was on sale. They were like $100 at some point. What a stupid promo item. Golden Axe Beast Raider promo pre-order item. You never get... Man, that's another thing that I miss. When they used to make goofy pre-order items, right? Whatever happened to getting a chicken leg stress ball for pre-ordering Golden Axe on the Xbox 360 and PS3? We never get fun stuff like that anymore. Now you pre-order to play the game like 3 days early. The funniest negative feedback you've seen is the mailman left my package out for my dogs to destroy during a tropical storm. And they left a negative for that for the seller? The seller could have definitely got that removed. Wow, there was a limited edition for Spartan Total War that came with a steel helmet. 15 of 60? What? No wonder we've never seen this. 15 of 60. What the heck kind of limited edition was this? See, that's a real limited edition. Ultra rare promotional steel Spartan style helmet that Sega sent out to media as part of the marketing campaign for Total War. 2005 hack and slash game for GameCube. Oh wow, it's for the hack and slash game for GameCube, PS2, and Xbox. Developed by Creative Assembly. Published to save 60 helmets were engraved with the name of the game and a number. This helmet is number 15. Damn, that's crazy for mega fans of that. And that's honestly, for something that rare, 180 bidding, 400 buy it now. I feel that feels very reasonable for something that rare. Right? If you're really into this game, that's got to be like the coolest thing for your collection. Pretty cool. Am I still in the Let It Die kind of games? I'm actually very tempted to try Let It Die Inferno again with the new season. They're making some good strides towards kind of like bringing that game back. But right now, in the immediate future, I did pre-order Rhythm Heaven Groove, and that comes out in a few days, July 2nd, I believe. So I can't wait to stream that. And then at that point, it's just waiting for Horror Month and all the horror games. And then Star Wars Galactic Racer and Monsters and Memories. Man, I don't know if I'm going to have time for Monsters and Memories, though. I'm going to be honest. That's rough. An MMO releasing in October is just... October 1st, no less. God, that sucks. Yeah, I'm not playing the demo for Rhythm Heaven because I know I'm getting the game anyway and I don't want to spoil it. I'd rather just like be surprised when the game gets here. Exactly, Shank, exactly. It's out. The demo's out. The game is out July 2nd. Keep in mind, it's only a Switch 1 game. No Switch 2 version. Alright. Before I forget, because I forgot the last week or two. 2 weeks, actually. I always forget. I was sent a package to my P.O. box. So let's go full screen here. And I got a little bonus unboxing I'll do for you guys, too. What I bought for Prime Day. Let's see. Is this full? I'll just do full screen right in this window. Semi-full screen. Or is it? No, it actually... Oh, almost full screen. Alright, so... I was sent stuff from this before. I won't spoil what it is yet until I open it. It just randomly showed up in my P.O. box. Apparently I missed an email where they offered to send me it, but they sent it anyway. I have no idea what it's going... I know, like, what it will be, but not specifically what it's going to be. Some of you might remember my last package from Retro Game Books. Not sponsored or anything, they're just kind enough to send me some freebies to show you guys with their little Chrono Trigger stickers. Last time they were the ones that sent me that hardcover book with like the maps and everything, which was actually a pretty awesome book. I think they're branching out a little bit more into novels and stuff now, which is pretty interesting. Oh, hold on, there's like some stickers that are getting ready to fall out of here. Bunch of stickers. Oh, and a bookmark. I actually needed a bookmark. That's perfect. Actually needed a bookmark. Move the stickers over. So, indeed, it looks like we were sent the novels. This one here is from Pixels to Pros, what video games taught me about storytelling. Pretty cool cover. Yes, that's neat. They're branching out into like little miniature-sized novel reads now. they're not all just doing like map books and stuff like that, which is kind of neat. Let's see what the synopsis here is. Writer and games journalist Nadia Oxford traces how a lifetime spent in digital world shaped her craft and her understanding of narrative, from the pixelated drama of Donkey Kong to the emotional depths of Final Fantasy VI and Eco. No, I'm just kidding. Dragon Quest III. Oxford reveals how video games taught her about character conflict and the art of world building. Blending humor, cultural insight, and personal history, Oxford's reflections will make you laugh, think, and see video game stories in a whole new light. That's cool. I'm assuming these are available now on the website, or they might be advanced copies. You guys can check on retrogamebooks.com. And then the other book they sent me, which has a really awesome cover, actually. I Am Not Good. The history of cheating in video games. I love that. That's actually super interesting as a topic. I wonder if this goes over the the people that cheat during speedrunning. For generations of players, cheat codes were a secret handshake, a gateway to extra lives, godlike powers, and hidden worlds. But behind every cheat lies a story of creativity, rebellion, and an ever-shifting line between play and power. This book takes readers on a journey through the evolution of video game cheats, from the days of secret developer codes to the legendary Konami code and the Game Genie God mode glory and the wild rise of online cheat communities. Along the way, I'll uncover the myths that fooled millions, the legal battles to crush cheating devices, and the strange charm of cheats that did nothing at all except make everyone's head enormous. Blending nostalgia and cultural insight, this book explores how cheats shaped gaming history, not as an act of dishonor, but the expressions of curiosity, innovation, and the sheer joy pushing the limits. After all, sometimes breaking the rules is half the fun. That sounds cool, actually. You know, they're short little books you could probably knock out in like a day or two. It's without the sources, and they have a lot of sources, which is cool to have. It's like 150 pages. Oh my god. Wow, that is a lot. Okay, so there are, just to show you how many references they use, there's like 50 pages of notes and references that they use to make this book. Pretty cool. It's like a little research book. So thank you to Retro Game Books for sending those over. I think I'm definitely at least going to start with I Am Not Good. However, we have another thing to unbox here. Which is, well, you'll see. So this is what I picked up for Prime Day deals. There are two things in here. You just put in some cheats to your old copy of Saints Row. Didn't tell you that achievements would not unlock? Oh no. I'm not sure how you get rid of that. That sounds like you might need to like wipe the entire save file of the game probably. Alright, so the first thing, this is supposed to be sealed, but I'll let it slide because I was going to open it anyway and it was so cheap. But here is a quote-unquote sealed copy of Lost Soul Aside, where the plastic is literally flapping off of it. $10 this was on sale for Prime Day. Perfect, because I wanted to play this game when it came out, and I think it launched for $60. And I'm like, I ain't paying $60 for this game. I said, let me wait for it to be cheaper. $10. Perfect. It's like a Devil May Cry kind of game from a solo developer that took forever to come out, but I look forward to seeing what I think of it. Alright, and then we have a book. I've been wanting to get a new edition of this for a long time, because I've been just in the mood to read outside lately. And this looked like one of the better versions. Now, this was not on sale for Prime Day, but I picked it up anyway. They had a hardcover version that was on sale, but I preferred this one, honestly. But I got a new... This is the first time I have Lord of the Rings that is encompassed in one book. So instead of individual books, I usually had like the individual versions. I wanted them all in one book. And this is a... It's not like a... I don't like hardcover. So this is like a Fox kind of like leather flap. So it's bendable and... it was important to me because when you open it, it stays open easily. It doesn't like close back up on its own, so that's why I like this binding. But yeah, it's time. I haven't read Lord of the Rings in a very, very long time. So this is going to take a while to get through for sure. Could you imagine if I walked into the gym with this and read this on the treadmill? People would think I'm crazy. How many pages? It is about 1,000 pages, just over 1,000 pages. So nice cover. It was $25, right? Like you can't beat that. It's a very nice edition. They had one that was normally 90. It was on sale for Prime Day for like 40. It was one with like color illustrations from Tolkien himself. But it was hardcover. I don't like hardcover. I like paperback or softer covers. It's just how I am. So the bookmark from Retro Game Books will come in handy because I actually literally forgot to buy a bookmark because I don't have one. So that's nice. So there you go. That's my Prime Day pickups. Honestly, there were not many video game things that I personally like needed to have other than Lost Soul Aside because it's so freaking cheap and I wanted to play it. And everything else, I don't know. I didn't really look through too many of the other categories. I'm sure I would have found more stuff, but figured it was just a good excuse to get Lord of the Rings in the same shipment. Yeah, when does the book club start? I don't think I ever participated in a book club. Actually, you know what does book clubs, though, is Second Life. People do book clubs in Second Life all the time. I remember when I streamed that game like 15 years ago. I walked in on a book club. Like, it was empty, but like I walked into a virtual book club library kind of thing where people meet up to talk about the books that they're reading. Second Life is so fascinating. This is a cool Lynx game. If any of you have Lynx, I remember enjoying this. Battle Wheels. Kind of a primitive handheld car combat game. First person car combat. I streamed this a long time ago. It was fun. A little hard on the eyes, though. I will admit that. I remember the sprite scaling being kind of extreme. Yeah, and that's right. You can get out of the car. I forgot about that. I knew there was something unique about that game. Yeah, I remember that. Super Asteroids and Missile Commands? Wow, I don't even remember this being on the links. That must be... I don't remember seeing that cover much. Gotta be one of the more uncommon ones. They re-released it. Oh, really? No wonder I'm not familiar with that box. So they re-released it through... Was it Songbird or something? Yeah, Songbird. I figured it was Songbird. Damn, they second printed it. Is there a way to tell the difference between a second print run and a first print? Or is it just like everything is blended? Oh, it is. So otherwise, that's like the rarest Lynx game. Fade to Black. Dreamcast port, huh? It's like a goofy looking cover compared to PS1. Looks nothing like the PS1 cover is kind of creepy looking. They're using new cover art. Oh, okay. Well, that would explain. Is that the new cover art that I just looked at? That would explain why I've never seen that before. That's what confused me. I'm like, I feel like I'm aware of a Missile Command game on here, but I don't remember that cover art. That seems to be newfound old stock. Okay, so the value and rarity of that game is just tanking these days then. No, that's a port. That's a homebrew. It wasn't officially on Dreamcast. Oh my god. This Spyro. He looks like he's on drugs. That is the craziest looking Spyro figure I've ever seen. I am Mr. Napalm, yes. I like that. I like that figure. Like I said, a lot of Spyro merchandise out there. Yeah, he's very tired looking. Another code Trace Memory. Yeah, I really like Trace Memory on the DS. One of the really innovative DS games that used all of the gimmicks to full use. There's one gimmick in that game that I never forgot. One crazy gimmick. Which I mean, is it really spoiling it if I say it for a DS game at this point? But one of them like required you to close your entire console, like close the DS, in order to bypass something in the game, which was so creative. Korean magazine demo. Man, the cover for this game should have been this in the US. The US cover I think is really bad for Sly Cooper. It needed to represent the character on the cover more. I played Hotel Dusk. Honestly, I didn't get that in the Hotel Dusk. Not as much as other people did. It was a little sleepy of a game at times for me. The Legend of Iowa. Farmer Bob Meth Gangs. God, this stuff people don't come up with. What is this? That's for the console? I've just never seen a console case like that before with a clear window on top. It looked kind of neat. Way better looking than what we got in the US. Alien vs. Predator beta prototype cartridge. Wonder what's different about it. Pre-release test version prior to Rebellion's official release. This version is more playable. Marine only, but with more weapons and more complete levels. Enemy AI is way better too and really shows the Jaguar 3D game. What the hell? So you mean to tell me before the game came out, they're saying that the game was more playable with better AI before they released the game? How does that make sense? Huh. What I don't think is right, though, is charging $280. What's stopping somebody from just releasing another print run of this at any point, right? It's a homebrew. Sometimes homebrew prices are just stupid. It's not like you own the right to print it. Anybody can print it. Someone can print it tomorrow and charge $60, $70 for them instead of you paying $280. Silent scope on the Game Boy Advance. I wonder how that plays. Wasn't this a launch game on Game Boy Advance or no? No, it wasn't a launch game. It's a launch game on PS2. Damn, that actually looks pretty impressive. It's actually probably pretty fun on Game Boy Advance. I haven't played the no-name games. I'm very aware of them. The problem is, for some, I don't know if it's changed, but there was something about, I don't think English translations exist on carts for those, and I would want them on the cart to be able to stream it. So I'd have to get like a multi-cart, which I didn't want to do. But I think it's like my only option at this point to play those games. What are my thoughts on Halo 2 and 3? I used to be very into them. I was a big Halo 2 and 3 fan. Halo 1 was like, because it didn't have online yet, so you know, I enjoyed Halo 1, but I wasn't like a mega fan of it like some people were. But Halo 2 and 3, because of the online back then, I was very into them. I played Halo 2 with my SOCOM people. We were very competitive, and Halo 3, we played as well, but not as competitively as Halo 2. Halo 3 was more of just a mess around kind of game. Nothing too serious. Oh, a Blockbuster copy of Batman Forever. That's pretty... Is that just the manual in the cover? Or what? I think it's just the cover. Yeah. Man, they are charging way too much for this. For that disc? Come on. Crazy. You just bought an IQ DS? Oh wow. That's pretty different. I was definitely not unstoppable in Halo 2. I was alright at it. I wasn't as good in Halo as I was in SOCOM though. Do I still collect PS3? Here and there. There's really not too much left on PS3 that I like desperately need. Most of the games are multi-platform and I'd get them on 360 anyway. Let's take a look at what stuff is selling for. Somebody literally just bought Sentient for 54. I bet you that was one of you guys, wasn't it? That definitely was one of you. Because that sold right around the time I probably was talking about it. I picked up Stranglehold on 360, like the collector's edition or whatever it was. Wet, I think I bought, yeah, I have it on 360. And Remember Me, if I have it, it's also on 360. Alright, while I eat this, let's be entertained by the 5-cent card somebody's about to pull from this Pokemon pack. Nothing. Still pretty much nothing. What is it, Prismatic? I'm gonna say that they pull a Glaceon. Yeah, my 360 collection bigger than PS3. PS3 I only tend to buy. Oh, he's breaking out the top loader for that 50-cent card. Actually, I would doubt that. That Gardevoir is probably more like 20 cents. Yeah, actually, I don't doubt GTA 6 will be the best-selling game. Even with digital only, it doesn't matter. Certainly going to be one of the fastest-selling games of all time. I buy 360 because of backwards compatibility and generally better performance. And it's just easier to remember, like, alright, 360 is my multi-platform console, PS3 is, like, more for exclusives. It's hard to say with Ocarina. We don't know what Ocarina or GTA 6 looks like yet, really. I feel like it is definitely going to be... This Game Awards is going to be really fun to watch. I can't wait to see people arguing back and forth between Zelda and GTA 6 for, like, the awards. You know it's going to be fierce. I only like watching the awards part of that when it's, like, super contentious, right? Like, when people are just battling it out over who they think should win what. Especially if there isn't a clear winner. I think the most fun year was Astrobot. Astrobot winning Game of the Year. And watching the meltdowns online was so much fun. I played Connecticut back in the day. I rented it. I actually did not like it back then. I didn't like something about the way it felt. If I played it again today, I'm sure I'd like it a bit more, but yeah, I actually couldn't really get into it back then. Fisherman's Challenge for $20. It's pretty unusual to see fishing games going for, well, more than like 5 or 10 bucks. So maybe this might be a good one. It looks like every other fishing game. I don't think I ever owned Call of Duty on the Vita. Yeah, what was Astrobot battling against again? I don't remember. There were quite a few games that year that people were like, felt like it could have been Game of the Year. I actually don't remember. Yeah, that's a good point, Last of Us. Shadow of Erdtree. Oh, is that year? Freaking Elden Ring expansion. Death Stranding 2. Oh, Astrobot lost to Death Stranding 2. I mean, Death Stranding lost to Astrobot. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was one of the only years I cared about who won what. Your GameCube broke. Yeah, everybody's GameCubes are breaking. Depends what the issue is. But it's definitely something you're going to have to open it up and do some repairs, replace capacitors, the disk drive. Could be multiple things. Most people are just resorting to buying a new refurbished GameCube. It's just easier and pretty cheap, actually. Comparatively. 300. Here's one of you, like, this is what I'm talking about with Dreamcast. Dreamcast is still, price-wise, super slept on in terms of, like, the ability to get a complete Dreamcast collection somewhat affordably, I think, is really not as bad as other consoles. When one of your most expensive games on the entire platform is $300, that's like nothing compared to some of these other consoles. PS2, you're looking at like $2 to $3 grand now for some of these horror games. It's crazy. So Cannon Spike and Illbleed are like the two big ones. Metaphor, Balatro, Black Myth Wukong, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, Hellblade 2. That was all with Astro. that just makes the victory even sweeter, the fact that it beat out all those games. That is so funny. So is the new Star Fox remake old news yet, or what? You guys still playing it, or are you done playing it after a day? You guys beat it 10 times already? Does the online hold up? You guys bored of the online mode yet already, or how's that going? Giga Wing 2? Oh, right. Yeah, there's a few. You're not aware of the new Star Fox bovine? Come on now. Did you actually not know about the Star Fox 64 remake on Switch? Online is fun. Does the online hold up though? Like, is that something that you'd keep playing for a while, or are the 3 maps with no stat tracking or anything kind of boring after a bit? Over time, you turn it on and start shooting out dust and smoking? That doesn't sound good. That sounds like you just need to get a new GameCube, if that's true. Oh, you had no idea. Wow, interesting. They remastered Star Fox 64. Again. So it's the exact same game, just nice new visuals, terrible new voice acting, and an online mode with 3 different maps. But a lot of people like the graphics. A lot of people like it 60 frames a second. But it's the same old Star Fox where you can beat the game in like 2 hours. Yeah, nothing new there. Star Fox is the best looking game on Switch 2 right now. Makes me hopeful for the next 3D Mario game. Hopefully that looks amazing. Hopefully Zelda looks amazing. Yeah, the character designs are a little contentious. But I don't know. As long as the game plays alright, right? I mean, it's Star Fox. It's not like they're running around on foot. Got a couple cutscenes, you got some character portraits, it is what it is. The voices would be a little bit more of a concern to me. I dodged, I didn't get it on launch because I went to pre-order it and it wouldn't even be here until like tomorrow. Or like the day after that, like the 20th or the 29th if I pre-ordered it like 5 days ago. So I was like, eh. And I just haven't had time to go to a store and try and pick it up. So I don't know, I might be at the point where I just wait to see if it goes on sale for like Black Friday or something. I don't know. I think the excitement over Star Fox is probably like already gone. It came and went. At this point, it's all about Rhythm Heaven. I think I'm more looking forward to that. Once I dodge a launch for a game, it's like I'm way more inclined to be able to wait patiently for it to go on sale or something. At the end of the day, it's still Star Fox 64. It's not like it's a brand new Star Fox, so... And I just feel like it's the kind of game I'm gonna beat once or twice for the story. Play the multiplayer for like a couple hours and probably be done with it. Is that really worth $50 to stream it one night? I'm trying to make better purchasing choices for what I stream. Now, if the online was really robust and I felt like I'd be playing it for like a couple weeks or something, I'd definitely get it. But the online looks a little disappointing to me, and that was the major selling point for me. I haven't played the new Star Fox shit, nope. Have I played Eternal Sonata? Yep. Yeah, I played it when it came out. It wasn't my favorite 360 RPG, but it was definitely a good one. Am I getting GTA 6? I currently do not plan to get GTA 6. Well, I'm weighing Star Fox from a perspective of streaming, right? So like, it would make a great game to stream once, beating the game once or twice on stream and then playing online. But like, from a streaming perspective, people are not gonna want to sit there and watch me play Star Fox for 15 hours, multiple playthroughs. Like it'll kind of stale really quickly. So, is that worth? Is it worth me picking up and streaming once or twice? I don't. I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until it's a little cheaper, I think. And I'm not like repeating. I haven't read a single review on Star Fox. It's literally Star Fox 64, so it's like I know what I'm getting into. It's just a matter of, am I gonna grind beating Star Fox 64 over and over and over and over again on stream? I don't think that's the kind of content I want to do. And the challenges and everything, I don't know. I'm usually not a challenge kind of person. I'm usually the kind of person that just like beats the main story of a game and then checks out, the online mode, and I'm usually good. I don't usually grind over and over for challenge stuff in any game, typically. Unless it has online leaderboards. If this Star Fox had online leaderboards, man, I'd be all over it. I'd eat it up. I love that kind of stuff. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, so from my perspective, it's different from someone like you, right? Like, I gotta weigh this as like, is it something people would want to watch for multiple streams in a row? And I don't think it would be unless the online was really good. Um, I think after one or two playthroughs, people would be like, all right, that's, we had our fun watching Star Fox. But that's not how Star Fox is meant to be played, right? Like, you're meant to grind it over and over and over. But that doesn't make for good viewing material. So I think I'd have a blast with it for one or two playthroughs. But is that worth $50 for one night? No. So that's why I'm gonna wait until it's cheaper. That's a lot of money, or $60. Actually, the game is $60, right? Pretty sure it's. Maybe they raised the price on Amazon or something. I can swear it was 60 the last time I looked. But yeah, it's for a one night game. I'm gonna wait. How do they always manage to come up with some of the most hideous covers for these Resident Evil games? This one is almost as bad as the other Code Veronica cover that came out in Japan. Like, could they really not come up with a better cover? Oh, you could pre-order for 50, but now the base price is 60. Is that what it is? Yeah, and right now I'm just looking forward to Rhythm Heaven. Once Rhythm Heaven comes out, that's what I'll be playing. So I look forward to Star Fox. Like I said, if it's on sale for Black Friday, one of those buy two get one free, or like, oh, the game's suddenly $30, like, then I'll pick it up. But I dodged launch day. If I can dodge launch day, I'm fine. I can survive. Am I a Mass Effect fan? I couldn't finish it back in the day, and I tried again a couple years ago, and I still couldn't get through it. It's like I like it, but I just have a hard time finishing Mass Effect 1 so that I can get to 2. And I really want to get to 2 because I want to see like what the big deal is with 2. But man, it's rough. I struggle to make my way through that series. Walmart and Amazon have been doing physical Switch creators for the digital price. Oh, and once it comes out, it goes up by $10. Interesting. Okay, that's good to know. That would explain why I saw the price difference. And let's face it, Star Fox is the kind of game, 6 months from now, it's going to be pretty cheap on eBay because I don't know, that just feels like the kind of game where people will probably try and sell it, right? Because not everybody's going to grind the challenges and everything. Like, you'll be done with it really quickly. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Sometimes first-party Nintendo games don't go down in price, but when they do, they go Like, some of them take a huge dive in price. If it was a brand new Star Fox instead of a 64 remake, I probably would have been a bit more inclined. It's not like I'm a Star Fox 64 master where I remember everything about the game, but at the end of the day, it is something I played a while ago already. I would have got it day one when I went to go pre-order it on Amazon a few days ago if it would have got here on launch day, but the fact that it was going to be like a week late, I'm like, forget it. $14 free shipping for Xenoblade Chronicles X. This has to be one of the sharpest price fall-offs for an original version of a game after a better version came out. The reason being, though, I mean, this is one of those games where there is almost no reason to play the Wii U version anymore unless you really want the gamepad functionality. Everything about the Switch version improves it. Whereas a game like Klonoa, right, still is expensive on PS1 because it's different in many ways and still sort of like the definitive version of the game. But when a new version comes out that completely obsoletes the old version, look at what happens. It goes from being a $70, $80 game to $14. Crazy. The new GameCube is still working great, yeah, and everybody that's picked one up, they've all said that it's, they've been enjoying it. No problems. Well, I think with I can't remember if they patched. There are some things people were complaining about with Xenoblade on the Switch, but I think the general consensus is that the improvements to performance just far outweigh any issues that the game may have compared to Wii U. I know there were some things people were complaining about, something to do with the resolution in the game. I don't know if it's been patched at this point. Oh my god. Code Veronica on GameCube, $300. How much was that game before the announcement of the Veronica remake? Anybody know offhand? Let's just do a general PlayStation search. I don't think I've done that in a very long time. Just get off of sold. The hell is that? A PlayStation internal employee event disposable camera. Man, they used to have the wildest merch back then. And all it is just a piece of cardboard that surrounds the camera, by the way. That's what you gotta love about these old disposable cameras. Any kind of like marketing on them was literally just like the piece of cardboard wrapping the camera. $80. It was 30 to 50 and now it's 300. Holy moly. Are we sure it was 30 to 50 for the GameCube version? Woodbine is saying 80. That was years ago? Oh, okay. About 30 to 50, yeah. Yeah, it feels a little, that's probably definitely more like years ago pricing. That price should surely come down though after the Veronica remake is out. I don't think that's gonna hold. I think these Resident Evil prices in general will calm down a bit. I think right now everybody's just excited because of 9 and the Veronica remake and everything. There's just a lot going on at Resident Evil these days. So it's easy for those prices to go crazy. Oh look, a game with multiple discs. Huh, funny how that works. There's another game I gotta give a chance one of these days. I remember hating Vagrant Story back in the day when I tried playing it. I don't know what it was, like maybe it was the character style, like the combat, whatever it was. I barely remember what I played of this game because I probably only played it for a few hours. I could not get into Vagrant Story. But I feel like if I were to try and play this now, I'd probably fall in love with it. Probably ages gracefully. '30th anniversary Portal. I didn't buy any of that 30th anniversary stuff. It looks cool as hell. But I never double dip on anything just because it's a new limited edition. It's a pretty bleak setting. Yeah, I remember there being a lot of earth tone colors in that game. Did I like Kingdom Hearts? That's another game that I really struggle to finish. It's what holds me back from the rest of the series because I can never beat the first game. I didn't hate Kingdom Hearts the first time I played it. I was really like kind of into it, but I always teeter out midway through that game. I can never bring myself to finish it. But I've never tried streaming Kingdom Hearts, so I feel like if I were to ever stream it, that would probably help me get through it. And I understand the first one's rough, right? Everybody's like, oh, you gotta get past the first so you can play the second. Maybe one day. Plus, I was sent the third game, so now I have Kingdom Hearts 3. I feel nauseated to cutscenes. Oh, I don't remember anything about what I played. All I know is I didn't play it long. I think another thing too with me is at the time I was very into traditional turn-based RPGs and anything that kind of strayed from the typical Final Fantasy formula. Maybe I didn't appreciate as much. Slitterhead will appreciate and value. I wouldn't doubt it. Now that is definitely the definition of like a cult classic kind of game. You gotta really keep an eye on those like 7 out of 10 kind of action games that have a splice of horror in them. Slitterhead was so close to being amazing. It was just so long-winded. It was too long. It starts to like kind of teeter out towards the end because it's so long. And the visual novel aspects, while unique, also kind of like drag the game out. If that game was a little more concise and tightened up, ah man, what a great game that would have been. I mean, don't get me wrong, I liked it, but way too long. Look at how the mighty have fallen. Remember when everybody was panicking and 3D Got Game Heroes was like the most expensive PS3 game? One of the most expensive PS3 games for a while. Now it's back down to being kind of its normal price. The thing about 3D Dot Game Heroes, it's not a rare game. That game actually had a fairly high print run. It's not hard to find. You think it'll go back up? It's hard to say. Here's the thing about my theory as to why a lot of the rare PS3 games have kind of like come back down in price. Because there aren't a lot of rare PS3 games. So what happens is PS3 collectors, they don't have a ton of like rare and expensive games to chase on the console. So once they get them, that's it. There's nothing else left to chase. Whereas if there were a ton of more rare and hard to get games, then people's funds would be kind of spread thinner. And it would be harder for everybody to acquire all these games, so the prices would kind of stay up because people are still acquiring them over the years. Whereas with PS3, if you really wanted to knock out like the top 10 hardest to get games, it wouldn't be that hard to do for the most part. And then that's it. The only stuff you got left is like mid to low tier priced games. PS3 collecting is actually very feasible. Especially right now. And right now is one of the best times to collect PS3. It's at the lowest point it's been in a very, like, you know, post PlayStation apocalypse, as I like to call it, when the store closed. It's hard for me to recommend Oni. It came up on my PS2 roulette, and it seemed really neat and interesting, but got skipped within like an hour, so I didn't get to play it long. I will say though, what I do remember about that game is the controls are super ahead of their time. Oni has some insane controls. There's a reason the tutorial takes like almost an hour to get through. It's pretty advanced. Or I should clarify, when the store was supposed to shut down on PS3. I still refer to it as the PS Apocalypse because it was like the apocalypse for PS3 collectors. Do I have Africa? I have Africa. Yeah, I still haven't played Africa though. But I'm in a Pokemon Snap mood. I should have streamed Africa right after Pokemon Snap. That would have been fun. You sold your complete set, $750 and kept about 300. Yeah, that's a good way to go about it. Wait, so you bought a rare NBA game for 10 minutes just so you can say you had the full collection and then got rid of it? That's pretty funny. Hey, at least you made the accomplishment, right? I remember when I got this sharpshooter controller with Farpoint. Right, wasn't this the thing that came with Farpoint? Oh no, wait. This was for the Move. I'm thinking of the VR controller. Man, Farpoint, what a disappointment that game was. Man, I remember being so hyped up for that. The like first major first-person shooter with VR for PlayStation. Favorite light gun games? I don't get to play light gun games often. Obviously with streaming. I'm very, very interested in that new technology though that apparently makes light gun games playable on your HD TV. But I'd say my all-time favorite one is House of the Dead 2 on Dreamcast. It's kind of hard to top that for me. Other than that, I'm pretty limited to like, the games that came out on Wii, PlayStation Move, a little bit of Kinect stuff. If you call Rez a light gun shooter, which technically it kind of can be if you're playing the VR version, then I'd say Rez absolutely. Or actually, you know what a light gun shooter is? Child of Eden. Because you technically are using your hands, right? You're shooting with your hand with Child of Eden. I love Child of Eden. I just don't like playing that game with the Kinect. But the sad part is the game is kind of made to be played with motion controls, so when you don't use motion controls, it doesn't feel quite as good. There's no mainstream VR MMORPG. Yeah. Yeah, that does seem like it has some untapped potential, doesn't it? Oh, there was an interesting, speaking of MMOs, I saw an interesting survey that was posted on X today where they surveyed like 5,500 people in Japan and they asked them, what is the most life-changing game for you? And they gave like their top 20 or 25 list of like, the consensus. Final Fantasy 11 was number 13 on that list. I thought that was impressive. It was actually ahead of a ton of other Final Fantasy games. I was like, yep, Japan knows. Japan knows what's up. Of course, like most of the top 10 were Dragon Quest games. And like other RPGs and stuff. But I just thought it was kind of cool to see 11 so high up on the list. Let's see if we can look up Series X games. Physical Series X. Maybe we can see some unusual pricing on these. Might as well have said non-RPG. Well, at that point, I think it rules out everything for Japan. Actually, let's look at sold. Because I'm actually very interested to see what people are buying physical Series X games for right now. Damn, Pragmata's cover looks pretty awesome on the Series X, I gotta say. Look at that clean cover. This is the best cover variant they've ever done, with just like the little Xbox logo. Tiny little Series X font up here. Best iteration. I plan on playing Pragmata. Come November, once Black Friday kind of hits, I'm going to be on the lookout for a copy of Pragmata. I'll probably pick up Star Fox and Pragmata then, like buy two, get one free or something. I definitely want to play this before the end of the year, though. I think I'm going to like this game. Perfect length, not a long game. You're in the mood to play Sims 2 on PC for some reason. It's alright, GG's. We all have those moments. We'll forgive you. God, look at what people are buying on Series X, though. It definitely does not beat the cliche of an Xbox owner, right? It's like Call of Duty, Forza, GTA, sports games. Oh, there's an RPG. Alright, there's Persona. We found the RPG player. $850 for Scarlet Nexus. Sealed. There's definitely some deals to be had on Xbox. Kind of boring though. Like, I'm looking through these. It's like, all right, where's the interesting stuff? Wow, look how cool that cover looks for Dark Forces. I like that. I just love what Xbox does with their higher border cover. I've heard the Avatar game has been improved substantially, yes. They did an update where you can play it in third person instead of first person, and apparently it improves the game a lot. Guess it's time to start looking at Dreamcast games. It's a good time to look at Dreamcast. Hi-Fi Rush, $91, limited run. Yeah, that will probably, even though it is limited run, like I definitely foresee this being expensive into the future as well, because that is definitely one of the, especially with the studio's closure now, that's probably not coming down in price anytime. Oh, they reprinted Hi-Fi Rush? Was it a limited run reprint, or was it like a different version reprint? Limited run reprinted Hi-Fi Rush? I don't know how you do it, Amberg. You get all those random gift subs. Looks like they gave you some cool new emotes though. Those ship games version 1.0. Hunter the Reckoning? Yeah, that was original Xbox. It's more VGP guide printing from limited run? Oh, okay. But wouldn't that be limited run reprinting the game for VGP? Shoutouts to VGP, by the way. I'm about to start supporting them more and more. Putting their foot down against GTA 6 being digital only. I respect that. They refuse to carry the game. Which, you know, that's a pretty big deal for a storefront, online storefront, to carry that game. I think Xbox is going to quit soon. Oh, no. No, I don't think so. We still got Project Helix. We got their next console. I think their next console is definitely make or break, though. This next home console that's probably going to come out in 2028. That is going to be the make or break moment for Xbox. VGP does seem to get limited run releases months later. Okay, interesting. Oh wow, they did a foil cover for Persona 3 on series. Did they do this for other consoles? A holographic cover? And they know how to get you with that holographic cover, you know. You saw that thing on the shelf back in the day, you'd scoop that up in 2 seconds. They used to get me all the time with shiny covers. Yeah, that's a cool cover. That was a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. Oh, it's another limited run game cover. It's numbered on the back. You had one but sold it. Doesn't seem all that expensive though for being that limited. Let's see. Oh, you're right. Only 1,050 copies? That probably will go up in price in the future, unless they did them for other platforms, which I'm sure they probably did. The Xbox one is probably out of 1,000. The other platforms might be higher. But man, only 1,000 on the Xbox? That's actually really... That's pretty damn limited. Limited run games indeed. But that's typically how it is for Xbox stuff. It's so low print run sometimes. If they can pull off full backwards compatibility with the next Xbox, that is definitely a selling point. Full backwards compatibility. I don't care if they got to do it through emulation or what. I'd be okay with it. If they got to use some kind of emulation when you pop your disc in, I'll take anything. Just give us full emulation or full backwards compatibility. Alright, we'll do one more page of Xbox. Nothing too crazy going on in here, though, other than, like, the limited run releases. Oh, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, that's another... Kind of forgot about that game. Yeah. Yeah, I covered that a while ago in one of my YouTube videos. Eiyuden Chronicles or whatever is super duper expensive. When I covered it, the game was like $500. Now it's well over that. Because it had very few printed for their Kickstarter for Xbox. Like 100 copies. What is this? Project Motor Racing? $63 UK import. Oh, that's a new game, isn't it? I think we just looked at that actually on PSN. Speaking of which, I retweeted it. Breaking news, they're removing 100 shovelware games from the PSN store. And the first thing that came to my mind was, only 100? Like, seriously. If it were me, I'd hire a full-time team of people where their sole job was to sweep the PSN store and get rid of the slop. Come on, there's way more than 100 games. Thousands. I'd estimate there's at least 10,000 games that they can take off that shop right now. How many crappy garbage games that are on there. Oh, it's not the first time they've done it, but man, there's so many more they can remove. So many more. I hope they keep at it. I hope it's a weekly tradition. Every week. Hundreds off of there. Can I explain why eBay out of nowhere announced 0 fees for sellers? Really? When did they do that? No fees for sellers? Oh, thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. Hope you enjoy the emotes. When did eBay announce that? Maybe it's only in Australia. It might just be like a limited time promotion. They do that sometimes here too, where like a limited amount of time they'll like drastically reduce the fees or something along those lines. My guess would be perhaps in Australia, they're like the amount of people selling stuff is maybe not what they're looking for, so they're looking to kind of like rejuvenate it. And by offering no selling fees, maybe they're hoping that'll kind of get people in there selling. You could see Jericho going up a bit if Hellraiser does well. Jericho's pretty... It's a pretty common game, though. Multi-platform. I think it'll be... I also don't see... I don't think enough people see the connection. Right, like, we understand Clive Barker, but... I don't know. I couldn't... It's too common of a game, I think. There's no fee in the UK either, really. Is it a temporary thing? Man, I wish it was that way in the US. The fees here are insane. It's practically like 25% when all is said and done. If not, maybe even more. It's ridiculous. I've never personally done that, like excluded a specific nation. Oh, here. I don't know about excluding a specific place, though. I'm not sure if they let you do that. There has to be. There probably is a way. I'm just not sure how you do it. Like if you wanted to not include China or something for bootlegs. I don't know. There's got to be a way. Country of or no. Item location. There's probably a way you can do it. But I don't know how. Selling is free on eBay UK since 2024. Jeez. So what the heck, like, so you just get the infinitely list stuff for free on eBay and there's no fees? That's so unfair. How does eBay make money from those countries? What in the world? Hold on. I'm waiting to see what the heck that was. I couldn't read it on my OBS. I know it's a donation. I'm just waiting for this to populate. Oh my goodness. Embalm just dropped $100. Damn, thank you, Embalms. That's very generous. Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting that. When I hear the oh my god, I know it's usually like, because the threshold for that is $50. But I never expect 100. Embalmed, you didn't even ask a question. I always love your questions. Embalmed, you get as many free questions tonight as you want. I always look forward to your questions. You always have the best questions. Yeah, Embalmed is definitely very generous. Thank you, Tony Toast. It's a beautiful box set. It's embossed, by the way. The logo kind of like lifts off here. I bought this for pure collectability reasons at the time. I have an unboxing of this on YouTube, I believe. It comes with a nice little book. The box set. God, why can't they do something like this now? Give us this box set on PlayStation 5 for all 3 games. Look how beautiful it is. Look at the spine on this thing. Amazing. He wants me to buy Star Fox. Well, I definitely plan on getting Star Fox. For sure. We'll just see when that will be. But it's pretty much like having Rhythm Heaven Groove sponsored by Embalm. So thank you, Embalm. Thank you for sponsoring. Practically sponsoring right at this point. Rhythm Heaven Groove. I'm just so excited we're getting a new Rhythm Heaven. I love that series. It's just it's so hard to play the Rhythm Heaven games without just like smiling and having fun with them. It's just such a... The world needs more Rhythm Heaven games, and I'm glad Nintendo realizes that. That's such an easy series for them to just abandon, and I'm really glad that they didn't. Because it was looking a little dire there for a while. Yeah, how did you guys like the demo? How many different songs do they let you do in the demo? I haven't looked at the demos. You know, play it on release. All right, let's do. Actually, let's do PSP. Let's see what's going on in PSP land. Oh wow, Lord of the Rings Tactics. Keep forgetting to get that game. If I ever get back to stream at PSP, this will be one of the first ones I stream. I'm very interested in... I can't believe I didn't buy this back in the day, I'm gonna be honest. I think the reviews at the time were not that good for this game, and I definitely like listened to the reviews when I shouldn't have. But man, how could... like, what a cool idea. Lord of the Rings Tactics. Guitar Man lives. Crazy enough, better to play that version than the PS5 version, sadly. What a disappointing release that was. I was so looking forward to that. At the time, I didn't think that the lag would still be that bad because I figured, oh, okay, it's being emulated directly on the PS5. It's not like you're playing an old console on an HD TV. No, it's still bad. Yeah, the input delay it's got issues. You can get through on normal, but the second that you try and do like full clears, hitting every note, playing on harder difficulties, it becomes very noticeable. In other words, once you start trying to take the game serious, that's when it becomes pretty bad. Still love the game, but I wasn't going to force myself to play through with the PS5 version just for the hell of it. Like, if I play it again, I'll have to do PS2 on CRT. I hook that up. Still the definitive way. Old school musical on Switch has similar music elements. To be honest, like, I'm not even in love with the rhythm elements of Guitar Man. The thing that I love about that game is the style, the music, the graphics, the characters, the story. The actual act of playing the game isn't even like my favorite part. Should you go in on PS3 or PS2? You're missing some heavies and a bit mid-range, most of them RPG. So PS3 would be easier to kind of like collect for sure. PS2, especially if you're missing a lot of RPGs, that's going to be a little rougher. I think you would personally have more fun with PS2 though. There's just such a wide variety of games to collect on that thing. It'll be a very long time before you run out of games to collect for that. Every Extend Extra, that's another underrated. I love Every Extend Extra. PSP version of that was so good. I didn't get into Every Extend Extra Extreme quite as much, maybe just because the game was just so suited for a handheld. But yeah, Every Extend Extra is very, very underrated. More people need to talk about that game. So unique too. It's like puzzle. It's like a puzzle game, but not quite all puzzle. It's so hard to describe the genre of that. Back when Q Entertainment was still very experimental, now they definitely play it a little safe with their Tetris Effect games and stuff. But that's fine. Do what makes money, right? Their newer games definitely are more popular than they used to be back in the day. Hello, Poker. And Every Extend is very cheap. Still a very cheap game, I believe. Let's see, let's check sold, let's see. See if people are paying for these games. Well, I was the same way with Luminous Arise. The music to me, some tracks are really good, but most of the music didn't feel as good as I had hoped. I think the original lineup of music in Luminous on PSP is still the best in the series. That's the one to beat. Thoughts about collecting sealed? It's not for me. Like, I don't judge anybody that collects sealed. We all got our niches that we enjoy, right? I think it's a fun challenge, right? If you want to view games more from a collectible standpoint instead of the playability of them. I think the best way to go about collecting sealed is to just collect your favorite games of all time, right? Just if you got money to blow and you just kind of like want to have it as a display piece to be like, how awesome is it that I own a sealed game of like this favorite game from my childhood? Nothing wrong with that. Like me, the only sealed games that I collect are Eco and PS2. Favorite game of all time, so I've got a handful of sealed copies of it. Some of them were given to me, some of them I bought, I hold on to all of them. So I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with collecting sealed. I just think the prices for sealed in some instances are getting a little out of hand. These days, it's like just because a game is sealed doesn't mean that it should be expensive. If the game is crap and no one cares about the game, it shouldn't be hundreds of dollars, right? Like, let's be realistic with some of the pricing on these games. What the heck? I don't remember this cover at all. Rocky Balboa? Rated T for teen? Really? Damn, I don't think I've ever noticed this cover. Huh. It almost looked like a knockoff cover. It looked like we were looking at like a UMD video. There was a point where I was trying to collect more variants of Eco, but there's more out there than you would think. I picked up like a couple of the Japanese variants, but I didn't go too hardcore into it. It's no rush. I mean, I'm in no rush to try and get everything. Death Jr. $40. I like Death Jr. The only Death Jr. I played was the one on Wii. I forget the subtitle for it. It's actually a pretty solid platformer. I kind of enjoyed it. It was a good game. And Death Jr. himself is pretty cute as a little platformer mascot. I think the one on Wii was a port of like the PSP one or something, if I recall. Traded Pokemon White version 2 for Dementium 2 and DS. Well, at the time when you traded them, were they both around the same price? Because I don't really know the current price of either game on the dot. I know they're both pricey. Sadly, though, I would say, Pokemon will always, the price on those games are so erratic and they just keep climbing. But at the same time, so do horror games. I think the trade was fine both ways, because it's not like you ended up with a game that you're going to regret. Because Dementium 2 is a great game, first of all. I think it's so much better than the first one. It's unique to DS. Or they might have ported it to Steam at this point, I don't know. But honestly, getting a horror game, that's never a bad thing these days. So it seems like an alright trade. A lot of cheap PSP games selling. None of the higher end ones. See, PSP land ain't that bad. Still lots of cheap stuff. Even Lord of Arcana. Way cheaper than Vita collecting. Pocket Racers. What a mid-2000s looking game that is. This is on another console too, isn't it? This can't be a PSP exclusive. Maybe it's not the same name. I believe the adult UMDs are probably some of the most expensive games on PSP. Or, well, I guess they could be considered a game for some people, depending on how you play them. But yeah, usually the adult stuff on PSP is, regardless of region, is some of the most expensive stuff on here. Fire Emblem games, I used to be very into them, but eventually I threw in the towel on Fire Emblem. I stopped buying them. I was never able to finish them. Like, I always loved them, but I never beat them. So I just cut myself off. I stopped buying them. I'm like, why am I buying these if I never finish them? Nothing against the Fire Emblem games. I think they're cool. But I just gotta make the right buying decisions. This is one of the more pricey PSP games. I honestly don't remember what I played of that game. Pinka Bancho. Yeah, it's kind of glitched right now, GG's. I forget how I'm supposed to fix it. Like, sometimes it resets itself. If it ever says... I'll just hide it for now. If it ever says 0 in the future after I fix it, just let me know so I know to... I fixed it in the past, I just don't remember what the heck fixes it. It's like it constantly disconnects me. I think I gotta unconnect my account and reconnect it. But if I disconnect Kick and reconnect, it makes me go through like security checks, so I can't really do it on stream. Yeah, I'll just forgot to do the reminder too. For people that choose to watch through Kick as like a little incentive for people to watch on there and help me grow my Kick channel. I've enabled channel points over there, and you can use channel points to request eBay searches. So like, if you watch say like a week's worth of my streams, you'll usually probably get enough points, and then by the end of the week when eBay comes, you can request a search. So like if you want me to look up a certain platform, game search, I even allow off-topic searches, so you can have me look up non-gaming stuff. It's just like a little extra incentive for the people that watch over there. And thank you, GG's. Thank you for some reason the Kick notifications weren't playing sound effects past couple streams. I missed one from a couple days ago from Tom because I didn't hear it. But thank you for the kicks. How much does it translate to USD? It's the same as Twitch. So every kick, one kick is 1 penny. So 100 kicks is $1. Same thing with Twitch bits. You have a clear case for yours, printed off a Shadow Colossus JPEG for it. Hopes it'll come to the system. Medusa, if you're still listening, I think you might be like 10 minutes behind on the stream. Because your replies have been a little bit behind. So if you want to click the live button if you want to be caught up, because I think you might be a little behind on the stream. Oh, kicks? Oh, it's not kicks, it's channel points. So like you get the channel points for free just by watching the stream. And then you use the channel points to do the search requests. And thank you, Poker. Man, you guys are super generous tonight. I really appreciate it. All these super chats and stuff. And embalms donations. You lost some weight with my advice on high protein diet. Oh, wow. How long ago did you start? It's good to hear. I'm sorry you missed our little health talk. You should watch the VOD of this stream. We literally went on gym talk for like an hour and a half, probably to the dismay of some people, but it is what it is. That's a good one, Amberg. Wait, is that a global emote on Kick? That is hilarious. That's one of my favorite memes. The coffin guys. Gun. Oh, Gun Showdown. How much different is this version of Gun from the one that ended up on like 360 and stuff? I was a big fan of Gun. Man, the sad part is we're never gonna get games like Gun anymore from Rockstar. This one here is apparently not from Rockstar. They handed it off to someone else. Wireless multiplayer? 6 players, man. This must have been pretty cool to play back in the day with friends. No online though. One week ago when I told you to buy the 000 yogurt and the rice cakes. That 000 yogurt, I'm telling you. Lost a few pounds though. So the pounds that you're losing right now, probably a lot of water weight, but that's a good start. That's where you want to be starting. I'm telling you, just keep eating 2 to 3. If you have a Costco membership, go to Costco and get the 000 stuff there because you get like a huge case of those things for like $10, those yogurts. Otherwise, they're typically like $1.50 each in the supermarkets, and sometimes they go on sale. Look at this cover, holy crap. Eat 2 to 3 of those things a day, and it's going to help you so much. That's 30 to 45 grams of good protein. It'll help keep you full between meals. Sometimes I have it with the meal, and then sometimes I have it between meals. Love the foil on that. It looks like you just pulled like a super rare Pokemon card or something. Is there a game that is known to not have existing sealed copies? They're expensive at Walmart. Yeah, if you have Costco, that's the way to go. The only thing about Costco, the box only comes with 3 flavors: vanilla, berry, like the triple berry and the strawberry. But if you buy them individually, you can pick out different flavors for it. A game that is not known to have existing sealed copies. So you mean a game that released and never had sealed copies? One of the only things that comes to mind is like Earthbound on Super Nintendo, because that never had a traditional plastic seal on it. I have no idea what that is, Soggy. If you're talking to me, I'm not sure. Nintendo World Championships NES Edition. That wasn't sealed? Oh, every known copy has been opened and none sealed remain. That's an interesting question that I'm not sure. I would imagine there have got to be some like super duper rare games that no sealed copies exist, but I don't know what those would be. What about that Scary Bear game on PS4? Only sold a convention with 30 copies. Something like that, I feel like somebody would have at least held on to a copy sealed, right, if they knew what they were getting into. Silent Hill 0? What is this? Oh, it's Origins. Man, they got such a different cover from us. Origins is alright. I played the PS2 version. It was an okay Silent Hill game. Look at that, $19 for 28 days later. The GOAT of zombie movies. Newer zombie movies, I should clarify. This went from being like one of my favorite zombie movies to like my favorite. This movie has aged like fine wine. Let's do PS1. I always like to check in on PS1. Dawn of the Dead Mall was just knocked down. Oh man, that's so sad. How could they? Ugh. They used to do tours there and everything, which is so awesome. They just knocked it down? Eventually for all consoles, yes, it's going to be digital only, so we might as well enjoy it while we can. PSP games that I recommend. This is a good opportunity too for chat to recommend a bunch of PSP games. My favorite PSP game is still Luminous, so if you still somehow have not played Luminous, that's my favorite game on there. The game I just mentioned too, Every Extend Extra, is super slept on. Definitely worth looking into. For RPGs, Brave Story, New Traveler. Kind of a really safe turn-based RPG. Trying to go through all my mind, all the ones I've played. My PSP collection is not within like viewing distance here, so I'm gonna forget a lot of things. Field Commander game, interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that recommended before. Also, Twisted Metal Head On. A lot of people forget about that game, even though it got the PS2 port. That was a pretty solid Twisted Metal game. Ridge Racer on PSP is also... It's a good Ridge Racer. Platypus. Yeah, I never played Platypus. That's the clay shooter. I think everything going digital will increase the value of sealed. And I can't really comment on the sealed stuff, but I think yes, once we start going fully digital, people are going to like relapse into physical games because not everybody's going to be willing to jump into digital only. So I think when that generation comes, it's not going to be next generation, though it'll be felt deeply in next generation for sure. But we'll still have physical then. But by the next generation, yeah, you're probably gonna see prices on physical stuff going up big time. Because a lot of people will abandon digital-only consoles. I didn't try the printing games, I don't think. No, I didn't play those. I just knew that they wouldn't really be for me. It's possible I would have really liked them, but I'm not a big Disgaea person. I don't like that brand of humor and character designs and stuff too much, so I never really got into printing. Yeah, it's all good, David. Questions are fine. Or random topics. Discussion is what we come to the eBay streams for, so. I feel like I'm definitely forgetting some really cool PSP games, though. Hold on. Let me just see. And I forgot that. I keep forgetting there's a PSP port of Shadow Destiny. Power Stone Collection. I wouldn't say that's the best way to play it. The recommendations I'm seeing here, not really what I would recommend. Coded Arms. Wow, I never played Coded Arms. I think someone in chat mentioned that one. Oh, Hammer and Hero is another one that a lot of people really love. Oh, that I just remembered another one I'd recommend. Was it Hexy's Force? That was a pretty cool turn-based RPG that doesn't get brought up enough. Tokobot. Oh yeah, Tokobot. I forgot about Tokobot. That's a cute series. That died. I don't think they're making Tokobot anymore. Hexyz. Hexyz. Nice traditional turn-based RPG. I streamed that a few years. Well, not a few. At this point, it's probably been like freaking 6 or 7 years. Time flies. Loco Roco. Yeah, Loco Roco is a good recommendation. Did they ever eventually end up... They ported Loco Roco somewhere though, right? The original Loco Roco. That game was super special when it first came out. I enjoyed that. Let's do one more page of PS1. And then... Oh, wow. Damn, time flew tonight. I thought we were only like 2.5 hours into the stream. I was gonna say we can check auctions. We're way past the point of checking auctions. Alright, let's check auctions and see what's ending. Yeah, it wasn't Stuart Little or one of the Stuart Little games on PS1. Wasn't that like one of the last games released on PS1? So it's super impressive visually, if I remember right. That and the Harry Potter game were low print runs. The PS1 Harry Potter? Wait, what game are you talking about, Tricky? Oh, you mean Muppet Monster Adventure? Yeah, that's a good game. Here's Puyo Puyo End Party. This one's shipping from Japan, though. I was lucky. Wait, did I order mine from Japan? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I got them from Japan. But the seller I got them from gave really good, like, shipping. This is a great game. I streamed this a few weeks ago on one of my, like, Kick bonus streams. This was great. I ended up beating it. It's probably still archived on Kick. Sadly, Kick doesn't, like, permanently archive the stream, so eventually it will be vaporized. But this is an exclusive Puyo Puyo game only on Japanese N64, and it was fun. Some great music in this game. Not my favorite version of Puyo Puyo, that's still Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. And this has some like really cheaty kind of elements in here, where you can, the AI will like clear their board multiple times. It's kind of annoying. It makes some of the matches take forever. But it's just nice classic Puyo Puyo with a cool soundtrack. Uh-oh, everybody, wow. Neo Geo Games forbidding. Ending tonight in 10 minutes. Oh my god. Japanese copies of Samurai Showdown 1 and 2. Normally Samurai Showdown is like one of the cheapest games. Not anymore, thanks to the AES Plus. These are some of the most common AES games that are definitely going up in price. We're seeing the AES Plus effect. Look at us. Glad it found its way back into your algorithm. Just retail at the time. But welcome. We do these eBay streams every Saturday, so that's one day of the week you can count on seeing me live here. As well as when I'm playing games throughout the week. Tim Burton's Disgaea? I haven't heard about that. I tried getting into the first Disgaea and it just really wasn't for me, and I just abandoned the series ever since then. So I'm not sure I'd be interested in anything Disgaea at this point. Halo Wars 2. I was really a big fan of Halo Wars 1. I never played 2 though. By the time 2 came out, I was like starting to lose interest in Halo at that point. I'm kinda disappointed I never played this when it came out though. I would have loved playing that online. Yokai Watch 3 PAL version is ending tonight. I'm just so fascinated by Yokai Watch 3. Like, it just feels like the kind of 3DS game I'll never have the opportunity to play. I didn't mind the first game, but I definitely didn't get into it as much as I hoped I would have. I don't remember who the developers were on Battlefield Middle-earth. I was aware, wasn't Muv-Luv like a big deal on the Vita, was it? I could swear that there was like a big release for that on Vita or something along those lines. But yeah, I remember hearing that being held in high regard. Some interesting auctions tonight, though. Stuff ending at freaking like 3 in the morning. Tetris Axis? Now I feel like I'm like a Tetris master because I cleared some lines in the new Tetris on N64. What kind of Tetris game is this? What's the gimmick here? I'm assuming it's in 3D. Oh man. I thought this went for way more money. I could swear this was going for more than $500. Maybe the people don't trust it because the person has no feedback. This is like, this is still one of the craziest things. So this is, I just love the history behind this thing. When they showed Twilight Princess, the trailer, you know, that epic trailer where he comes riding out on the Epona, and the theater goes crazy. You've seen that clip on YouTube. So that trailer that year at E3, they put that trailer on a DS cartridge and gave it out at E3, and that's exactly what this is. It's literally a trailer on a DS cart. And that's it. Oh, it's apparently also missing the book, so maybe that's why it's not as much. You just never see this kind of stuff anymore. They released a Just Dance Yokai Watch game on the Wii U. Really? Digitally or physically? Fitzvogel, did you want me to let you know that they had a Yokai Watch trading card game that you can collect? Is that something, is that a rabbit hole you want to go down? You sure? Are you sure you're not online buying some card binders right now? What resolution would it play at? Oh man, it was so blurry. Yeah, the resolution on that would have been probably like 1080. It would have looked bad, but still a cool little piece of history. Actually, I'm actually really curious to see what happens on US eBay when I search Yokai Watch. Outside of the video game category. Let's do all categories. They really tried to make this a thing in the US. Yokai Watch. What are we under? All? That's it? How are there only 78 listings for Yokai Watch? How is that possible? There's no way. Mystery bags with medals. Oh boy. Yeah, they tried to really make this a thing in the US. I remember when it first came out here, they had like Toys R Us, when Toys R Us was still around. I remember going down the aisle and they had like a bunch of Yokai Watch stuff. That was actually not too long before they got rid of our Toys R Us around here. What are people spending on this stuff? This was, for those that don't know, Yokai Watch was huge in Japan, like absolutely massive at the time. This was like the One Piece of its generation, like when this came out. This was huge there. Five Below 3DS games? No. No, I don't remember those. It was like on the level of Pokemon, because when Pokemon wasn't as popular as it is now in Japan when Yokai Watch came out. It was popular, but this was like overtaking Pokemon at the time. And then it came out here and it was like no one cared. Why? Because it's based off of Japanese yokai. That's not really something that resonates with us as much. Wow, there's really not a lot of Yokai Watch stuff on here. Well, it's an interesting poll, right? Don't forget, a lot of people that watch my channel are collectors, so... you know, a lot of them won't play it because it's digital, and then some people just aren't interested in it because, well... my audience likes to play weird shit sometimes, you know? We ain't got time for those AAA GTA games. GTA is not for everybody. The poll is still about the same, even though we have about 100 more votes. The numbers seem to be pretty much exactly what they were. 26% say yes, they're gonna buy it. 8% said yes, it's my first AAA digital game. Percent. 25% said no, I only buy real physical games, and then 42% no, I'm not interested. I'm actually curious to see Grand Theft Auto PS1. Curious to see how the older GTAs are getting affected. So GTA Black Label Jewel Case prior to GTA 6 hype was probably sitting at around $30 to $40. GTA 2 I'm not 100% on. That was always much cheaper though than the first one. This collector's edition though, 120. It definitely wasn't going for that much before. But keep in mind, these are pretty common games. They're fairly high print run. Wasn't too crazy though. Not like they're selling like hotcakes. Chinatown Wars. Oh. Did I get rid of Chinatown Wars? I used to have that. Can't remember. I could swear that I might have sold it though. Long ago. $30 for DS. PSP version $60. $100 for that one. That's sealed. Is this sorting by recent? Yeah. How many are left on here? 4. They're completely bought out. That's why. There's no more left on eBay. That's crazy. There's 2 copies of it on PSP. Is this right? This is it really that bought out? Are they like not showing me all the results? I guess there really are just 2 copies. That's crazy. Completely wiped out. $300 copies of Ice City Stories, though. I think D2 on Dreamcast is good for 129, comes with the web browser. Well, D2 is worth playing regardless. I think D2 these days is around 100-ish to 150 depending on condition, if I remember right. I don't know how much the web browser affects the price of that though, to be honest, but it is definitely one of the must-play Dreamcast games, so do what you gotta do to play that game. Especially if you like horror games. You've never played anything like that game. Oh, wow. Real sound. What? What is this? Why does it have a D2 sticker on it? I don't know what that is. So let's see, 140, 125, 140. So 130, if it's in good shape, seems on the lower curve of what you would pay for D2. If there is a Dreamcast game that I feel still hasn't reached its full potential price-wise, I would say D2 is a pretty good candidate. This game is just so insane. I don't think people realize how crazy this game is. If they knew, I think the demand would be way higher and the price would go up. I don't think people realize what this game actually is. Because I think most people have played D, and then they're like, oh, it's probably just like D. It ain't nothing like D. This is the craziest D you've ever had in your life with this game. Wild game. Love that Japanese cover with the foil. Or you're saying with the web browser? This is probably the copy that something like this you're looking at. Yeah, the web browser won't. That makes no difference. I was like, web browser. I'm trying to think is there a web browser disc with D2? I don't remember that. Yeah, the web browser, that's essentially just think of it, the cost of the web browser is the cost of the case that you're getting. It's a free case. Alright, for the final 30 to 45 minutes of the stream, I'm gonna do my little let people suggest games for me to search on Kick, and then I'm gonna be heading to bed. So if you want me to search for a specific game or something just to check what the prices are, or you're just curious to see what kind of listings they got for it, I'm letting people do that on my Kick stream. Help us grow the analytics over there, funnel everybody over. If you're new to Kick, be sure to make an account so you can chat with us. But if you're only hanging out on Twitch and YouTube, I appreciate you watching. Thank you again for very generous stream. Thank you everybody for the super chats on YouTube. Thank you to Embalmed for that massive donation earlier. Appreciate all of you, and also just watching. Appreciate the people that just hang out and chat or lurk. But yeah, we're gonna just do a little bonus Kick stream. You can ask me games to search for. I'll just be taking whatever I see in chat. We do quick little searches. But for this week, Rhythm Heaven Groove on July 2nd. And we're just gonna do a bit more Skies of Arcadia. We're getting fairly close to the end of Skies of Arcadia. Probably another few streams of that and we'll be done with it. Alright, see you guys on Kick.